Thank you. All right, our regularly scheduled council meeting of February 15th is in session. Would you call the roll, please?
Mayor Clark.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Brinkman. Here. Councilmember Cernanik.
Present.
Councilmember Cole. Here. Councilmember Stallman.
Here.
Councilmember Taylor.
Present.
Councilmember Trujillo.
Here.
Would you all rise with me for the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Are there any changes to the agenda? Seeing none, the agenda is approved as submitted. Minutes from the regular meeting of February 1st.
I have two.
Yes, ma'am.
Page 3.
Okay.
Getting it here. Add to line 86. He also said that business owners in the area had told him they were experiencing a higher number of walk-by opportunity and other crimes, such as breaking into cars and tires stolen off cars. On that same page, after line 100, City Manager Woods said local businesses have not contacted us about the crimes in that area that Mr. Scarborough mentioned. Then add at the end of line 101, we'll change the very end of that in part of the remaining sentence. So I'll read the whole sentence. Councilmember Cole asked if the police department could use Business Watch to encourage businesses to report all crimes, large or small.
Okay, any other changes?
On page 9,
Okay.
at the end of line 295, add that drains into the cemetery property. That's it.
That's it? Anyone else? Okay, then those minutes are approved with the changes. Any new city employees?
Not tonight, sir.
Okay. Next is our guest citizens from Mission Hills. And this evening, the Littleton City Council is pleased to recognize 15 volunteers from Mission Hills Church who recently completed landscaping and driveway improvements to 4 homes in Littleton. Members of the church contacted the city expressing an interest in volunteering their time and providing material to assist homeowners in financial need. Code specialist Rebecca Thompson facilitated putting the church in touch with 4 property owners, 2 of whom had been cited for code violations for having dirt driveways overgrown with weeds, and 2 others who were unable to make improvements to the landscaping. 3 of the 4 homes are on Spotswood Street, and the 4th is on West Fair Avenue. Excuse me. The church volunteers removed the dirt and weeds from the 2 driveways and replaced it with 3.5 inches of crushed hard rock over 1,140 square feet. The other 2 properties had overgrown plant material trimmed or removed and had new trees and plants installed. Pastor Rick Derbyshire said, Mission Hills Church highly values the practice of being a good neighbor to those in our community and wants to continue this practice upon its relocation to the city. We absolutely love being part of the Littleton community. When I read the names of the volunteers, I'm going to ask you to come up, or Debbie, would you read the names of the volunteers? Sure. And then come on up, we'll give you a certificate, and then we want you to stay here and we're going to get all a picture of you. Please.
Pastor Rick, Sam Drury, Marcia Drury, Paul Drury, Marcus Snyder, Steve Anderson, Wayne Anderson, Jeff Reed, Jackson Reed, Corey Reed, Tom Rieger, Scott Anderson, Cliff Stockdale, Jason Justin, and Jim Wolf.
Sorry, apparently we don't have the camera here tonight, but we really appreciate you guys as volunteering into the community. That's a reflection of the commitment that citizens have for each other and your commitment to your fellow man. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank y'all. And you don't have to stay for the rest of the meeting, as exciting as it's going to be. Next, we have Julie Deeden. I hope I said that right, the director of the Colorado Center for the Blind.
Julie.
There you go.
Oh, you got it.
Well, it's guiding you, so don't get nervous.
Oh, Jim.
You got the microphone, right?
Okay, thank you. All right. Thank you, Mayor Clark, and all council members and everyone else that is here as well. As everyone knows, I believe on December 17th, a tragic accident occurred at a bus stop where 3 of our students were waiting to come in for the Christmas party that we were having that day. And one of our students was killed, and 2 of the other students were injured and had very serious injuries. As a result of everybody's caring and kindness and wonderful citizenship, just like our Mission Hills Church that just received the award, a healing fund was established thanks to Debbie Brinkman and many others and the Colorado Business Bank. And the healing fund raised over $12,000. The money has been used to assist the families. David Nanny, who was our student who was killed in the accident, he has had a 19-year-old daughter who's in college, and so a lot of the funding, a big portion of the funding has assisted her as well as his wife. And the 2 other students that were injured in the accident, Georgie's 18 from Virginia. She's very spunky, and she had a broken pelvis, a broken arm, and a broken nose. And I'm really happy to report to everyone this evening that she's back at the center, and today was her first day back, and she walked to that same bus stop today and came into the center, which is so wonderful. Carissa, who is from Wisconsin, was also very badly injured, and she just is having a hard time staying away from the center, so she's back for a visit. She came back on Friday, and she'll be going back to Wisconsin for a while to have some more recovery. And she is cruising around with her walker and a white cane. She's doing really well with all of that. So at the center, and for all of us, remember, in life is to push ourselves and challenge ourselves and to know that we can make everything wonderful out of our lives. We send a newsletter out at the Colorado Center for the Blind, and I mentioned in the newsletter that all those days that those schools were closed and we had so much snow last week, the Colorado Center for the Blind was open every single day, and our students trudged in that weather and bundled up. Lastly, I would like to thank our wonderful City of Littleton and the Public Works Department for the great job that's always done on snow removal. We as pedestrians, we walk everywhere, as you all know, notice that all the time, and I just think that the city does a tremendous job in that area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Julie.
Now that Julie's going back to her seat, I wanted to ask her a question. And you can just nod or yell at us or whatever. You don't have to get up. Are you needing more money for your healing fund?
You know, certainly it's always helpful, and the Healing Fund is still set up, and it would always be very helpful. Thanks, Peggy.
Thank you.
All right, that brings us to unscheduled public appearances, which is a time for anyone to come and discuss any issue they have, express their opinion. We ask that you do that. If you're here to talk about the Denver water contract, we'll have a time set aside to do that. So if it's anything other than that, come on down. Ask you to limit yourself to about 4 minutes and state your name and address, please.
My name is Andrew Lewis, and I'm here in reference to 5363 South Lakeview.
Wakeview or Lakeview?
Lakeview.
Lakeview, thank you. Okay.
First of all, thank you very much for the opportunity to talk with you. My name is Andrew Lewis, and I've owned my home on Lakeview for 5 years now. For the first 4 years, there were no issues with code enforcement, although the same tenants and the same stuff were basically outside. Roughly a year ago, interactions began with code enforcement, where notices were sent, and we promptly fixed the listed issues. Last month, we received a summons, which is why I'm here today. I will also mention that within the last couple of months, a camera was installed across the street. I've called the police and the city, but neither has taken ownership of the camera installation or who is monitoring the activity. I understand the objectives of code enforcement. They are to protect the neighbors and neighborhood. In an HOA, the rules are uniformly applied, but driving throughout the neighborhood, there's a lot of variance.
Andrew, could you pull the microphone a little closer to you?
I'm sorry.
That's okay, thanks.
Do you want me to start over? Or?
No, go ahead.
Okay. In an HOA, the rules are uniformly applied, but driving throughout the neighborhood, there's a lot of variance. I can see infractions that I've been charged with prevalent throughout the neighborhood and have been that way for some time. I'm not here to expose these others, but rather I'm trying to determine if I am being singled out for something that I'm not aware of. The DA and code enforcement recommended that I evict the tenants. However, that doesn't seem like a good business decision. There are a lot of vacancies around the neighborhood, and there's no guarantees that the next tenants won't store stuff outside. There is also a large time and effort finding new tenants, not to mention the time and money I've had to spend on this summons. The current tenants are good people who sometimes store stuff outside, nothing extremely outrageous. I haven't come here to complain, but rather I have two objectives. The first is to determine why my property is under such scrutiny, and the second objective is to see if we could have code enforcement work more directly with the tenants. I understand that I own the property and the buck stops with me. However, very rarely does a middleman technique work. Here, I am the middleman between the tenant and code enforcement. They send me a notice or summons, which takes time, and then I have my property management company address the issues, which takes more time. Why can't code enforcement work directly with the tenants to get the issues addressed? I could and should be notified, but first work with the tenants. If a tenant gets a speeding ticket, is it my responsibility? No. If a tenant has left trash out, should that be my responsibility first or the tenants? I would argue that it should be the tenants first and then mine second. I own homes in other cities around Colorado, and those cities always address the tenants first. This seems to work, as the tenants now have skin in the game. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Andrew, and we'll look into that and get back in touch with you.
Okay, I sure do appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Certainly. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
For the microphone. There you go.
It's a bit intimidating, isn't it?
Yes, it
Move
is.
over here. Good Good evening. How are you all?
Fine.
Good. You didn't answer.
I'm fine.
Good. My name is Linda Gornbein, and I live at 5551 South Delaware Street, number 5 in Littleton, Colorado, 80120. Boy, this is loud, isn't it? Can you hear me?
Can you pull the mic up just a little bit?
Just speak right into the
We
microphone.
have new bifocals, and they're very distracting, you know.
There you go.
I keep wanting to hit it. I'm here to ask you to acknowledge two of your city workers that are actual heroes, and they saved my life. On October 21st, 2010, I was assaulted in my own neighborhood in Dry Creek Park. On that day, on a pathway, someone came up from behind me and grabbed me while we were walking. This was a terrible experience for me. While hysterically trying to escape when we were running away. I'm sorry, this is terrible, isn't it? Thank you for helping. It's got to be the bifocals, right?
You're not loud, Linda. It's fine.
It is.
Just
Do you
talk
mind?
right into the mic.
I have Asperger's, so everything seems a little bit loud. Do you mind?
No.
Okay, just ignore them. Thank you. Much better. While I was escaping, we were escaping from this attacker, my sensory motor skills were shutting down. I know for anybody, it would have been a horrific experience, but for me, having sensory issues, it was really a little bit more exacerbated. My optical nerves were shutting down. I was becoming blind. And while we were escaping, one of your field service workers, Daryl Gardner, when other people had been driving by, stopped. And he literally saved me from probably being killed by a passing motorist. He didn't have to. He was on his way to work. He hadn't gotten to work yet. He's a hero. He literally saved my life. And I couldn't find the 11 to call 911 on my phone because I couldn't see the 11. And he held me down, the police, to be able to get a hold of the next hero that you employ. So Mr. Gardner saved my life first, and then the next person was one of your veteran dispatchers, Simona Redfern. Apparently, she's been working for your city for over 10 years. And I told her, I thought I was calm, but apparently not. I heard the tape later, and it didn't sound like me. I sounded like a hysterical nutcase. And she calmly said, I understand, and she used the right speech syntax to get me home. It was only a few blocks, but it sure felt like it was a long, long way. And she got me home all the way to my door. And I was hysterical. I don't know how I got there. My service animal, we'd lost the lead by Colorado regulatory statute. They have to be in a blaze orange lead. I don't know what happened to it. It's somewhere. It's somewhere safe. It wasn't with me when we got home. But we got there. She kept cueing me, keeping me kind of safe, I guess. I don't think I was paying much attention. But we did get home with Simona's help. Without the help of Daryl Gardner and Simona Redfern, I know I would have been killed. The people drive too fast on our road. It's a disorder that people who drive in Colorado have, no matter what street they're on. You can post whatever you want. They don't care. But if it wasn't for these two people, the dispatcher, Simona Redford, and Daryl Gardner, my son wouldn't have any parents at all.
because I'm a single mom, and my son is lower functioning. I don't sound like I'm very high functioning now, but I actually have a PhD. I'm unemployed at the time, like a lot of people. Still work. I do a lot of volunteer work in our community, a lot. I volunteer in the community more than 40 hours a week. And some people think I help them. But I'd like your council, to acknowledge your workers because they are heroes. I've told a lot of people, I've spoken to Wendy about it. I've told the Governor's Council, the DD Council, and I even sent a letter to the legislature. And I really appreciate it, and I'd like you to acknowledge them because these people are important. You can cue somebody in a Pavlovian way to do something by rote, but for somebody to make a conscious decision to do the moral thing more than just a call of duty, for him to stop when he didn't have to, when other people kept going by, for her to stay on the phone with me past just getting the bare information saved my life. So I'd like this council to acknowledge them as the heroes they are because they kept me safe and they kept me alive.
Thank you, Linda. Appreciate it. We do have outstanding city employees, and we'll make sure that they get the appropriate recognition.
They're amazing human beings. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Anyone else? All right, that brings us to our consent agenda. We only have one item on the consent agenda, and it's a motion to approve the 2011 contractual service agreements. Each year, we contract for services with various organizations throughout the community to provide different services, and it's more cost-effective to purchase from other organizations services that are needful for the citizens. This year, we are spending $59,000 on these services, which is exactly what was budgeted. If I can have a motion, please.
I move that council approve the distribution of $59,000 to the following organizations which provide services to the citizens of Littleton, and that staff be directed to prepare a contractual service agreement for 2011, and that the council president be authorized to affix his signature thereto.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the contracts with the service organizations. Any discussion? Council ready to vote?
The vote is 7 in favor. The motion's approved.
Okay. That brings us to ordinance on second reading, amending the Denver water service contract.
This is an ordinance of the City of Littleton, Colorado, approving a water service agreement with the City and County of Denver Board of Water Commissioners.
Jim, do you want to do a short intro, please?
Yes, Mayor. I will do a very kind of a brief highlight. I wanted to give a little bit of background, a little bit of history. The council had a very 2-hour in-depth briefing on this at your January 25th study session, but I'll go back and kind of just do a brief overview. The city received a letter from Mr. Chips Berry in March of last year, 2010. Mr. Berry at that time was the general manager of the water department. In his letter, he indicated that Denver was interested in renegotiating the contract that the city's had in place since 1970, and the council was given a copy of that. At your study session, at a council meeting on April 6th, the council gave staff direction to enter into negotiations with Denver staff. Unfortunately, Mr. Berry was killed in a very tragic accident during April, so he was no longer in the process. But and from the city side, myself, your city attorney, Suzanne Steyert, and Charlie Bloston, your director of public services, who actually came to work here in 1970, so he's been here ever since the contract was first approved. And from the Denver side, 2 people who are here tonight, Patricia Wells. Patricia, if you just wave your hand, she's the general counsel for the Board of Water Commissioners, and David Little, who's the planning manager And these two people, I think, are without question acknowledged as two of the most knowledgeable people in the state of Colorado regarding water resource planning. Given that, Suzanne and I first met with Ms. Wells and Mr. Little in May, and then Charlie Bloston joined the team, and we had some negotiations with other Denver staff people. The council was then briefed in executive session as we moved through different versions of the contract. There was an executive session on October 5th, another one on November 16th, another one on December 7th. And then on January 25th, we brought the draft contract to you, and there was a 2-hour study session on January 25th, in which the council and Ms. Wells and Mr. Little gave extensive information and oversight about the current status of water planning with Denver. What I'd like to do is just hit some highlights tonight, and since that time, since January 25th, we've gotten some questions, staff has gotten some questions, mainly through referrals from council people. So I'll try to hit maybe some of those questions tonight that I've gotten from council people, get them on the record, and then if you have questions then beyond that, or if we get questions from people in the audience, we can respond to those. First, let me say the contract was entered into in 1970, and this followed extensive damage to Littleton's water system in the South Platte River flood in 1965. Dr. Cole had gotten a question. Apparently there was some perception that as part of that contract that Littleton had conveyed some water rights to Denver. But in my reading of the contract, and I've read the entire 1970 contract, I cannot find any record of any actual adjudicated water rights being transferred to Denver as part of that contract. At that time, the city was on alluvial wells, which is called tributary water. If you read the entire contract, there were some wells that were transferred to Denver. To my best of my knowledge, and Charlie Bloston's been here since 1970, we're not sure those wells were ever activated, and they never produced any potable water into the Denver system. So by and large, if you read the contract, Denver took over what was a very badly damaged and I think by all accounts a pretty marginal water system in 1970, and then started to provide water service to Littleton. I think I commented that since 1970, because of having this very dependable, reliable water supply, my judgment is that was a very good decision by the citizens in 1970. It's allowed Littleton to grow from a city of 28,000 to 42,000. I think even more importantly, I went back and looked at the attractive commercial and business parks and retail that we've been able to develop here. Our tax base, according to the Arapahoe County assessor, has gone from $167 million in 1970 to $5 billion in 2009, and 10,000 additional households. So it seems like that was a very, very good decision, and that contract has benefited, at least in my looking at the record, has benefited Littleton enormously. In the 1980s, in the 60s and 70s, Denver was rapidly seeking suburban contracts. In fact, today, I don't know if many people realize, but I think they probably serve as many people outside the city of Denver as inside. The last count I saw was about 1.5 million customers in the entire region, and I'll have a map here in a minute. So to a great degree, if you look at the history, the Denver Water Board has really served a major role in regional water planning, and I think the track record shows that they have played a significant part in enabling the economic development and growth of the Denver region. In the 1980s, though, that rapid growth started to outpace supply, and there was actually some tap moratoriums in the early 1980s. And so what came together then was a regional coalition with Denver and 44 other suburban entities, including some of the larger cities like Aurora, Westminster, Arvada, and numerous water and sanitation districts that provide water in the area. That led to a proposed regional reservoir, a huge project that would be a stable, dependable supply for the entire region. That was titled the Two Forks Project. Took about 4 or 5 years of planning, massive studies and environmental reviews. But at the end of that process, the director of the Federal Environmental Protection Agency vetoed that project in 1990. I think everybody in the water business, especially in the Denver area, the Front Range, would acknowledge that that veto then sort of changed all the rules of the game for water resource planning in the Denver metro area. Some of the northern cities, Thornton went aggressively up into Weld and Larimer County and started buying agricultural water. Aurora went south into the Arkansas, buying up ranches and transferring water out of the Arkansas. And people just sort of went in all kinds of different directions. Denver and the Denver Water Board then turned and went through a process of saying what's their role. And through the early 90s, the Board of Commissioners really kind of re-examined their role in regional water planning. And what the board came out with in the mid-90s was their first obligation was to their contract distributors, of which there's around 66, I believe, existing contracts, and Littleton being one of those. They put in place a planning process that Mr. Little at the January 25th study session gave you an extensive overview. It's called Water for Tomorrow. It's called an Integrated Resource Plan, an IRP. Some of the questions that have been referred to me, unfortunately, I think some people in the community perhaps didn't have an opportunity to view that study session. It was televised live. It was then repeated in its entirety 3 times on Channel 8, and it's still, the entire 2-hour session is available on demand on our website. But given some of the questions that I got referred to me, some people didn't have the opportunity to see that 2-hour briefing. So we won't repeat that whole thing tonight. I'll just try to hit some of what seems to be some perhaps misperceptions. Based on this new planning process and this IRP, Denver actually then started to renegotiate all of these distributor contracts. And I believe virtually all of the 66, or a great number of them, have been accomplished. Littleton did not participate in that for a variety of reasons, but in talking with Denver, part of the reason, part of the policy of the board is they, in working their way with this new IRP, the rules of water resource development with the environmental regulations, the Corps of Engineers dealing with Western Slope political interest made it imperative that Denver be able to be much more specific about the amount of water that it could supply and much more candid about what it could meet under its contract obligations. And I thought Ms. Wells was a very straightforward, an issue with Denver, with Littleton has been what's called the annexation clause. We'll talk a little bit about that tonight. Essentially, it said in 1970 that any areas that Littleton might annex in the future would automatically carry Denver supply with it. Given this, we're 40 years down the road, and given the reality of water planning and water supply in 2011, I thought, and Ms. Wells may want to comment on this, and what she said was very directly, We cannot, the Board of Water Commissioners cannot and will not meet that obligation. We cannot promise you that we can do that. So part of what has been determined in the new contract, and I'd like to move to the microphone at the podium because I've got a couple of overheads that I want to show. Let me just run through the new contract, and then we'll compare it a little bit with the existing contract. So the contract that was presented to the council in draft format in public on January 25th, here's some of the highlights. The board will continue to serve all land that is within the combined service area. Now, I've had some questions referred to me, well, what is that combined service area? And how does it affect Littleton? And if I can get a light here, Kelly. And if you can kind of focus down on that. All right. This is, David Little did have a copy of this in his January 25th presentation, but what's happening to my light? Yeah, Kelly does that to me quite frequently. But David, I thought your map was kind of clunky and plain, so we did it. We bumped up a new map. But let me just kind of, this is the metro area, and this in the red is the Denver, what's called the combined service area. And the reason I wanted to point this out, here we're coming up here, here's Littleton right here, all right? Now, the combined service area, again, is that area that Denver is saying, this is what we're responsible for, folks. This is what we are working to develop and keep our contract obligations. We had some questions referred, I think, to Dr. Cole or perhaps another council member that said, well, where is does the combined service area include Centennial? And you can see that it does. And it includes actually all of southern Jefferson County, so that really the entire South Metro area down to C470, Denver already serves. I don't know if many people realize that, but through these special water districts, Denver already serves almost all of the South Metro area from I-25 to the hogback, so that you can see right in here then this is Highlands Ranch, and this is actually Chatfield, because I believe you do serve the facilities at the Chatfield State Park. So including Littleton, Denver is already providing water and will continue to provide water for everything within our current city limits, and then we'll talk about some special provisions. But for people like that are maybe in the real estate community or in the building community, this contract still provides secure, reliable water for some of our property, like the Inzer property, the Marathon property. Any redevelopment that would happen in the city are still covered under this contract. And as you can see, they already serve all the areas to the east and west of Littleton.
Jim, can I ask you a question?
Yes, ma'am, sure.
Since you just talked that piece.
Yes, ma'am.
I did ask this during the study session, but for people who didn't see that, if we chose to build up to heaven or go below, the service contract includes any vertical growth that we would do, not just infill on one level, but forever up or down.
Well, and Mr. Little commented on that fairly extensively at the study session, and he may want to come up to the mic later.
He was just nodding over.
Is he
there, so
nodding?
yeah,
All right.
okay.
Well, but I think vertical, and people always, they kind of give that, well, are we going to have, 100-story New York high-rises? Well, probably not. But I think if you look at the trend, if you look in the trend in metro areas, in these urbanized areas, you are going to see somewhat more going up. I mean, just here in Littleton, if you look at our river valley since, say, 1990, or even the 1980s, where we have transformed over that period of time from a pretty kind of a semi-rural, semi-industrial area into some upscale residential development. What used to be the Centennial Racetrack is now 1,000 homes of condos, golf courses. The old Electron iron plant is now 350 upscale apartments. So I think, as Mr. Little said, the idea is that Denver, in their planning, and obviously he's looking out 50 years, so it's not an exact science, but they would expect more infill and some higher density development, which would say going up. And it is their intent to have reliable, firm water to provide to their contract distributors to accommodate that future growth.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask that because one person who called me didn't realize that anything that's within the limits gets covered. So
yeah, I think that's a good point. Again, given just some of the, did not have any inquiries come directly to me, but there seemed to be some sense that somehow this contract was placing a cap on growth in Littleton. Now, within some sort of outside boundaries, I suppose that's true, but given it is intended to accommodate whatever kind of patterns and new growth would happen in Littleton and in some surrounding fringe areas. But I'll get to sort of the annexation piece. I think the annexation pieces that seem to be in play are Sterling Ranch, and we'll talk a little bit about that. And I've even heard a theory that perhaps someday Highlands Ranch might run out of water, and that might be in play. But given the WISE project, and I'll talk about that, I find that extremely unlikely. So thank you that's a good clarifying question or comment, Dr. Cole, that there's no artificial cap on growth within Littleton or the combined service area. Because we have realtors and business people who work in Centennial, perhaps in southern Jefferson County. There's no artificial cap on growth in those areas either. In addition to that, the board agrees to reserve up to 350 acre-feet of water supply. This is what's called firm yield that could be used for areas outside of the combined service area. In negotiating this, the idea here was to give future city councils some flexibility. If somebody or some project came to you that was outside of that combined service area, and that council at that time felt that that was very promising and beneficial to the city, you would have some water to negotiate with. So that's a very key provision in the contract that Denver's saying we'll put that extra water on the table for future Littleton councils. Thirdly, for a period of 20 years, the board agrees to make available up to 1,200 acre-feet of water under temporary leases, and that again could be in areas outside of the combined service area. This specifies in Arapahoe or Douglas County. Again, I think the negotiations was we don't know exactly what will come down the road, but it was to give the council this leased water depending on where somebody is in their development process. It could be used as bridge water. If somebody's trying to develop permanent yield, it would give them some water supply while they're trying to do that. Again, that is reliable water on a leased basis that would give future councils some flexibility. Fourthly, the board agrees to pay Littleton the sum of $2.1 million in cash, with some of it being paid this year and some next year. Secondly, to put up the money to convert all of this campus, the city campus in Geneva Park, from potable, which is treated water, which is the most expensive water, to non-potable water for irrigation at an estimated cost of $400,000. So really an upfront cash commitment of $2.5 million. I've gotten some questions about, well, where did that $2.1 million come from? In talking with Denver, Charlie Bloston and I put together, we felt that to bring it to the council, there needed to be something that was a specific, tangible benefit to the citizens of Littleton. And that money, that cash money, equates to very large environmental projects that we would hope to accomplish. One is the City Ditch Trail at $1 million, and the other is what's called the Marcy Gulch Wetlands Restoration at $1.1 million. We then ask to give the council the alternative of cash, because those projects may be eligible to be funded through open space funds, of which we may have several $1 million. So it really was a cash equivalent. But the concept was specific, tangible benefit to the citizens of Littleton. And lastly, just as a footnote, the conversion of this campus in Geneva Park from treated water, potable water, to non-potable, we estimate conservatively would save the city about $30,000 a year just in water service charges. And then the board also agreed to refund an escrow that the city had put up for some of the management costs for Two Forks, and we estimate there's about $80,000 in that account presently. So over the next 12 months or so, the city could receive $2,180,000 in cash, and then a commitment to convert irrigation here at the city center. I wanted to just comment on a couple of things, and then I think I'll see if either Ms. Wells or Mr. Little have any comments, or maybe to open up to questions. Some of the comments that I've heard, again, just referred to us second or third hand, are that the notion that somehow Littleton is giving up some millions and millions and millions of dollars of some benefit by agreeing to have this annexation clause removed. The premise of that, and in trying to figure out where such a calculation would come from, seems to revolve primarily around Sterling Ranch or some kind of variation of Sterling Ranch and serving and selling sewer taps to Sterling Ranch. And that was a discussion that you had a lot of discussion on throughout 2010. In fact, the Sterling Ranch representative, Mr. Smethels, was here standing right at this microphone, I think last spring or summer, when there had been some talk about possible annexation into Littleton. But the notion somehow that Denver, that we need to retain this because with Denver water, then there would be some leverage with inducing or enticing Sterling Ranch to come into our our sewer plant. Mr. Smethels, in either last summer or fall, stood right at this mic and in response to a question from Councilman Trujillo, who said, your interest in coming to Littleton is because you want our water. And Mr. Smethel said right at this mic, no, sir, we do not need your water. And in fact, a few weeks later, then they said, we've determined that the fit with Littleton is not appropriate, and we're going on to try to get our zoning through Douglas County. So the notion that somehow Sterling Ranch water might still be at place, and nobody's really defined this for us, but I don't know how else you get to millions and millions of dollars. But the other thing Mr. Smethel said was, we're going to go on the WISE project. And the WISE project, which the city's council has been briefed on, is a large recycled project. And it appears to me, if you have followed the regional planning, the future in Douglas County with the South Metro Water Authority and the 15 agencies that are in that authority are going to be with a contract with Denver and Aurora to bring recycled water back upstream. And I'll just have a little map here to make this point. This is a configuration of how, and David can probably comment on this more specifically, but essentially, and they talked about the recycling plant that Denver is, I think it's just downstream from wastewater treatment. So the Metro Wastewater Treatment Plant, which is
just above the city of Denver.
Right there. So then it would come up here and then come up here. PWP means Prairie Waters Project, and come back over here and then through about a 40 or 50 mile pipeline through the Aurora New Water Purification Facility and then back around. This line right here is C470, and then you can see it jotting down into Douglas County. That project has 15 agencies in all of the Douglas County participating. They're hoping to bring water online in, I think, starting by 2012. And over long term, the goal in Douglas County, and Mr. Smethel said that's the direction they were going. And in fact, a few weeks after that, they paid $100,000 membership fee to join the South Metro Water Authority. And so the goal, and even for Highlands Ranch, is to convert from groundwater, or at least supplement groundwater, with recycled water. I don't foresee Highlands Ranch, quote, ever running out of water. They are developing surface water. They lease half of McClellan Reservoir. They developed the 7,000 acre foot South Platte Reservoir in the old Kiewit gravel mining. So they are aggressively developing surface water, and I think if you talk to them, they anticipate spending millions of dollars to get this recycled water back into Douglas County. So the three of us, the three staff people who worked on this, myself, Mr. Bloston, and Ms. Steyert, we believe that this contract is very beneficial to the citizens of Littleton, that it provides some future flexibility for future council members, and we recommend approval. Anybody on staff can answer questions, and certainly Ms. Wells or Mr. Little are here to represent the Denver side.
Council, any questions for Jim?
I did have one question. Jim, on the $400,000 to transition the city center water from potable,
Yes, ma'am.
is that money they're giving us to do that, or are they going to do that at their cost, and they estimate it to be about $400,000?
Let me ask Charlie to come to the mic on that, because he's been our point man.
Council, I'm Charlie Boston, Public Services Director of the city. In answer to your question,
the money would come to us. We would do the engineering, hire a consulting firm to do it, and we would do the implementation, spending approximately the $400,000 to do the whole project. That is from initial engineering all the way through to construction testing and everything. The plan is to take water from the city ditch, drain it into Slaughterhouse Gulch, divert the water into Geneva Pond, and then irrigate the entire block from Rio Grande to Prince, Berry to Crestline with this untreated water, basically coming out of Geneva Pond.
Any other questions?
Yes. Jim, in recommending approval of the contract, you're looking at the contract that was provided to us at first reading?
Yes, sir.
With the 1,200 acre feet, sometimes affectionately referred to as a water bank, by itself without adjustment, does that provide us with enough value to entice anyone, or might you suggest some adjustments to that?
I don't have a particular number. It sounded like a number that would be certainly not inconsequential, and a number that was reasonable that the Board of Water Commissioners felt comfortable in committing to. So beyond that, unless you were to just conjecture a possible project, it seemed like, and Ms. Wells or Mr. Little, because they're making the commitment, they may want to respond to that. We did not have any magic number on our side. We had a number that seemed could be beneficial and flexible, but not any particular end point in mind.
And Jim, I don't know, you're aware that there's some consideration that I'm sure will come up later to make some amendments to the contract to actually assure that that will have value?
Yes, sir. I've seen that language, and again, what I would say to you is that language is to conjecture some value. Mm-hmm. I certainly don't think that language is harmful at all. Whether it will, in the end, yield anything of true value or not, I think is to be determined, but it gives some added flexibility.
And you know, I've spoken to this before, Jim, which is in valuing a contract with options, there's certainly two sides to it, and the side that would be how Littleton might perceive its value could be substantially different than how Denver Water might perceive the value of some of the provisions in the contract.
Yes, sir. And let me, just as a footnote to that, I thought about this given this dialogue in the community about what the value is. And I guess looking in its totality, again, I made the case that the contract has been extremely valuable to Littleton. And in terms of actually cash payment, and this is a conversation I had with Dr. Cole, in fact, the $10 million in surcharge tap fees that the city imposed on Denver water taps from 1982 to 2005, that the city, the council then was able to convert into capital project money, I would say that has benefited us substantially too, because Littleton did not have the capacity or the facilities to develop any of that water. So we collected $10 million. So in some ways, the 14,000 square foot police addition that we're just completing is a benefit of having access to Denver water. But I certainly understand there could be some different valuations. And from Denver's side, you know, I think Ms. Wells was pretty direct about what she felt the Board of Commissioners could do in terms of serving large development outside of the city. Beyond that, I don't know what else is in their value calculation.
Well, and certainly we realize it from her testimony that the marginal cost of additional water is part of the reason why they're looking to somewhat negotiate this. Is it's starting to become very, very, very expensive to have any additional water. Also, as I understood from Mr. Little, part of what we're looking at is preserving kind of what I'll call the lifestyle value of water. There's a lot of water that is used outside of homes, not used by folks. And so in Denver water, as I understand it, a typical residential home, almost half of the water usage is outside of the habitat. That's why vertical growth doesn't necessarily mean you multiply by every square foot that you have. It's the inside and the outside. And also some pretty good understanding. There was even an article after your presentation in the Denver Post, which says 85% of the water that's used in Colorado is actually used for agricultural purposes. So it's not the people that are using most of the water at this stage. And certainly over time, the value of the relationship and providing that we haven't had to exert separate brain power on water planning is something that's pretty good. So,
Council, if there's no more questions to staff, then...
I have questions.
Oh, sorry, since there is another question for staff.
Well, there's several questions.
Okay.
And I feel an obligation to have them answered publicly because two people that emailed me, I said I thought it was important to ask the questions publicly so that the answers will be recorded and then people could access them. And I emailed forwarded the questions to our city manager and attorney and Mr. Bloston, so hopefully they can answer them. One set of questions came from Susan Thornton, and one set came by way of Stu Maher on behalf of the South Metro Denver Realtor Association. So if you guys don't have those, I've got a copy here, but...
We have copies. You probably want
Okay.
to just read them for the record.
So it might be just as easy for you guys to read them as to have me read and you answer, if that's okay.
You want to take the...
And I would emphasize that many of these questions have been asked already in exec sessions or through private phone calls. You heard Mr. Wood say that he and I had chatted about several things. So it's not that we have not asked these, at least most of them, but I thought it was important to get official answers public.
Well, I think since some people, these are very, very detailed technical questions, so if your intent, Dr. Cole, is simply to get the responses on the record, I think we'll go through them, and with Suzanne and myself, we'll read the question, we'll respond. Some people here obviously aren't going to have it because unless they have the contract right in front of them, but we'll get it on the public record, and then any council members or anybody else can respond. So the first question, and this is that was submitted by Ms. Thornton. This is paragraph 10, 113 of the first page, water leases. And I won't go through it says the board shall have the power to lease water and water rights for outside territorial limits. The last sentence says that there will secure payment into the Waterworks Fund for sufficient money to fully reimburse the people of Denver for the cost of furnishing the water or water right, which is a subject of such lease, together with an additional amount to be determined by the board. Ms. Thornton's question is, would it be possible to put a cap on what this additional dollar amount is? The answer to that is no, and part of that is that was adjudicated in a 5-year lawsuit during the 1990s. Littleton participated in that, and basically the Colorado Supreme Court, and I think Suzanne may have a cite on that case, but basically that language is right out of the Denver Charter. that said the Board of Water Commissioners, as long as it's within some reasonable standard, they have the right to do that. So the premise that there could be a cap negotiated in a contract is not available, and that's been affirmed by the Colorado Supreme Court. And if I've misspoken, somebody please say something. All right.
Jim, on that same subject right now, in the old contract, I believe we do have a cap.
That's correct.
But so you're saying that now this new contract, there will be no cap?
No, there is no cap in the new contract.
But it says an additional amount to be determined by the board. That leaves it wide open.
Right.
Because right now we do have a cap that under the old contract that the board can only go so high, and then it's capped. This does not do that.
In theory, you have a cap. The Supreme Court said you don't have a cap.
It hasn't operated like that. What it said, and this kind of gets back to what the 1970 contract says and what reality is today. That cap does not, in reality, has not functioned for the last 20 years. And in the court case that we were in during the 1990s, the Supreme Court said that's the way it's going to be. So that provision in that contract today is basically non-functioning. It has no impact whatsoever, and that's part of the archaic language that we've tried. Some of this is very technical, but that's why some of that is simply non-functioning and has been settled by other matters.
And in just general substance, the Supreme Court found that in the recitals of the original Denver water contract, it referred back to the contract being enforced pursuant to the Denver Charter. And so any time that there is something within the contract that is in violation of the Charter, the court found that the provision of the contract was invalid, that the Charter, in effect, overruled those provisions. So we could, even if we negotiated a cap into the current contract, it would be invalid.
Question? Do you want to
follow-up
continue?
question on
Yes.
that is if the city of Denver then changes their charter to invalidate some of the important provisions or what we might consider to be important provisions of the contract, does that mean the contract's then not valid?
Well, if the people of Denver went to a vote and changed their charter, I would imagine the Supreme Court would again interpret the charter as being the overriding document.
Doesn't feel very comfortable.
But that is no different for the new contract than the old contract.
Yeah, I'm just saying, it doesn't make me feel very comfortable.
We're speaking of life as we're living it. The next question is a question on page 3 of the contract, 1.2. It says there's a definition or a provision that identifies, this is in the definition, says impossible, and Suzanne might remember what the site is later in the contract, but impossible shall mean a circumstance in which the board, because there's a provision that says when it's impossible for the board to provide water. So this is defining what impossible means.
And that provision that it refers to is in 2.4, where it states, if it is impossible for the board to meet the commitment, they must give notice in writing of this impossibility and shall have the right to discontinue the issuance of additional taps. So the impossibility provision is not applicable to what would currently be served, but to additional taps, and it would then apply uniformly among all the distributors.
So that does not put the 350 or the 1,200 into any sort of jeopardy?
No, because it would just be as to additional taps that would be issued. And I think there's a 5-year notice on that. They have to give us 5 years notice before they can do that, and it would be applied to everybody. I don't remember the specific question, though, Jim, I interrupted you.
Let the record show that Ms. Wells nodded.
Oh. I meant the question that was about impossibility. I think there was...
Question, the third question is on page 4 of the contract, 2.2, and it talks about No guarantee, no promise or guarantee of water pressure is made by the board or is to be implied from anything contained herein. This says this was guaranteed in the old contract. To clarify that, no, water pressure was not guaranteed in the old contract. And Ms. Wells might want to speak to this. There had been a provision where somebody tried to interpret that water pressure was guaranteed. But operationally, Mr. Bloston agrees that that's not even operationally effective. And in fact, Ms. Wells, you want to just comment about the, as I understand it, this language was just to clarify that some other contract language did not, in fact, mean a guarantee of water pressure. Maybe you might want to clarify that for the council.
Right. The guarantee of water pressure was really sort of to prevent claims by other people. But also in the contract, it says that water service is governed by the operating rules and engineering standards. Denver Water has elaborate engineering standards, books and books, that govern water pressure and what's acceptable and what's not acceptable. We have pressure zones. We have pressure regulating valves. It was just as the contract itself isn't a water pressure document. It's all in the engineering standards and the operating rules. So it just means that no particular water pressure is guaranteed, but the engineering standards establish what is and is not acceptable. That makes sense.
While you're at the mic.
Yes.
Ms. Wells, as you're probably aware of the Denver Charter as well as the contract
Oh, yes.
in front of us.
Mm-hmm.
Just to give us some assurance that what's in front of us is indeed not in conflict with anything in the Denver Charter. Could you give us that?
Yes, I can give you that assurance. If I could say two things that might help. The contract that you have before you is in large part exactly the same as the contracts with all our other distributors. Only the text in bold is different. So all these suburban entities, Lakewood and Centennial and Wheat Ridge and all those people have the same contract that you do. The charter, that provision of the charter has been the same since 1959. And as Jim mentioned, it was litigated. The Supreme Court decision was in 1996. And what that said was that a particular limit in a contract can't keep a legislative body from complying with the charter, which requires full cost reimbursement. And at one point in time, those provisions in the Littleton contract trying to limit the rate of return couldn't comply with that and recover full cost. And so the charter has to prevail. But I would note that Article 3 in this new 1993 contract, Article 3 has quite a bit of how rates will be set and the process that Denver Water must go through as a public legislative body to set rates. So it's actually a little more detailed than the old contract, if you will. Thank you.
Patty, why don't you just stay at the mic, because I can see some other questions here that you're going to be able to address.
Well, not a clarification, but the language on the pressure in the old contract was Section 1, which says the board agrees to furnish water within the contract service area for all uses and purposes for which it has appropriative rights of equality at pressure and in quantities so as to provide water service similar to that furnished inside Denver without any discrimination against users in the contract service area as against the water service furnished users inside Denver, except as specifically limited by the terms of the contract. So I don't know if that, it does talk about pressures.
And I think what Ms. Wells is saying is that it doesn't, but some people have tried to read that as guaranteeing a particular pressure. What it does is then it refers to the engineering standards.
The current contract says that the water service provided hereunder is governed by the operating rules and engineering standards.
In the old
engineering
contract.
Standards, the new contract says.
Yes, I know that one.
Okay. And so the engineering standards are elaborate about, everything, water pressure just being one of the many parameters, which is now regulated.
Well, I understand, but I guess the clarification of the comment at pressures In the old contract, you guys interpret that how?
Well, we don't really, meaning that there is a range of water pressures that are suitable for use with modern plumbing, and that's the water service that we provide. So it is similar to Denver, but pressure zones are much more based on elevation and closeness to the nearest pumping station than it is to the geographical city limits of any particular.
So you're saying there's not one uniform pressure throughout the given system. There's
Yes,
a
sir.
whole.
In a conversation with Mr. Bloston, who's operationally worked with Denver for 40 years, he cannot recall a time when that provision, I mean, again, it's a practicality.
Right.
It is so much of a matter of what the specific circumstances are. He cannot remember that provision of the contract being an issue over the last 40 years.
Okay, thank you.
But to further elaborate, the contract says that the water pressure will be governed by operational engineering rules. And in section 4.9, it says that there is a Rules and Standards Revision Committee, which basically is in charge of approving those operating rules and engineering standards, and that committee is comprised of representatives of the distributors. We are a distributor, and members of the board staff. So we actually have more say-so in how the water pressure is set in the new contract than we had in the old contract.
And just to reiterate, the pipes don't know when they have left Littleton and entered Centennial. It's all one big piping system, except where there's a master meter district, in which case the water comes to a meter on the boundaries of that district. But for what we call total service, which Littleton is, or Reed and Bill, and the city and county of Denver, the water moves in and out freely among all those until it leaves the system to go to someone's house.
So it would be correct or incorrect to assume there's no discrimination between folks that are in the city of Denver versus those that are within the combined service area as to access to water?
That's correct. And that really is the point of creating the combined service area in 1993.
There is to price.
I understand price.
We haven't
gotten there yet.
Moving right along, page 7, the last sentence of, again, this is, seems to me, this talks about, again, the board agreed, Littleton, the board agreed that due to the board's mandate under the charter, the board will adopt water service rates, et cetera, sufficient to fully reimburse the board for all costs, et cetera, together with an additional amount to be determined by the board. Ms. Thornton's question is, would it be possible to include a cap? This is the same, the answer is the same as the question on, the first question on the leases, and the answer to that is no. Again, that's been adjudicated and settled by matter of law. 3.4, page 8, rates charged in Littleton.
You skipped one, Jim.
I'm sorry?
You skipped the one about the 10 days being.
Oh, I'm sorry, the notice. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Cole. I think Ms. Wells and Suzanne discussed this.
Yeah, Patty, this is the question about the 10-day notice prior to the board meeting, and then is that in conflict with Part D, the 35? Can you just explain the difference between those?
Sure. The 35-day notice is actually generally provided much further in advance than that. It's a minimum of 35 days because many of our water and sanitation district customers, their boards may only meet once a month. Hard to believe, but it's true. And so therefore, they wanted to get notice so that they could have a meeting before the board acted in case they wished to participate. In reality, that notice may come in the summer before adoption in October, but it's a minimum of 35 days. Then the 10 days is to say, here are the actual rates, and here's the date of the board meeting where they will be acted upon, so that if someone wants to appear at the board meeting, they will have that opportunity.
The next question is page 8, 3.4, that has to do with rates, cost of service. to distributors, and what's the relationship between in Littleton and two distributors. Patty, I don't know if you had a chance to see this language. What's to keep the board from determining reasonable versus unreasonable rates? For us, this is sort of a variation on the same theme of the previous two questions involving putting caps. This has been adjudicated. There is I will say, this says the term recognized water utility rate-making practices is not defined. Would it be possible to get a definition? What I can tell you is that, again, as the mayor mentioned, there is a distributor council. There is a extensive, elaborate methodology for setting rates. I don't know if either Patty or David wants to talk about that, but again, Littleton is in the same category with all the other 66 distributors in terms of how rates are set, and if anybody else wants to elaborate on that, I don't have anything else to add.
I will say that cost of service rate making is pretty much a term of art that's fairly well accepted in utility rate making circles. AWWA, the American Water Works Association, has a whole rate making section, and they have booklets and standards and all that sort of thing. And so that's what this Article 3 is intended to do, is to say we follow a process that is generally accepted and acknowledged cost of service rate making, which the Supreme Court said in a different case that being cost-based is actually a fairly significant restriction on what a government can do.
In taking a look at the combined service area, I know Denver itself is total service. Littleton, for the most part, as I understand, is total service. What other distributors are total service?
I happen to be looking at the list today, but see if I can remember. Greenwood Village, Cherry Hills Village, there are about 20 of them, and those are the ones I'm going to become able to come up with. They're, like I said, about, it may be a quarter of our customers are, suburban customers are total service.
So, and what's the difference between a distributor that's not total service and a distributor that is total service?
Okay, in a total service district like Littleton, there is no water department of the city of Littleton. Denver Water serves that function. We provide all the service, own the pipes, respond to the customers, send the bills, collect the money, respond to emergencies, all those sort of things. We have another category of distributor called read and bill, which means we read the meters and send the bills to the customer, but the read and bill district makes repairs up to some description. Master meter is the district owns all the small distribution facilities and makes all the repairs and answers the phone calls and does all that. And Denver Water provides the water to a master meter, and there may be, say, 4 or 5 around a district, and then they take care of everything inside their district.
So from a rate perspective, there's total service. Mm-hmm. Then there's a different rate schedule for read and build.
Yes.
And that other category, which
master meter.
Master meter.
And inside city, and then we also have outside the combined service area. Oh, and those outside the combined service area, our obligation is to provide a fixed amount of water, and that's all. We have not promised to have them grow up or out. It's just a fixed amount of water, and that's all they can ever get.
While we're on that 3.4 section, you're talking about the cost of services incurred by the board in providing water service to distributors as determined by the board. That, again, is a kind of a bothersome term to somebody who's not on the board or has any influence over the board as to what that as determined by the board may involve.
Well, the courts have determined that rate making, whether it's water rate making or sewer rate making or whatever, is a legislative function, and that therefore it's a matter of policy for local governments to determine. courts are here to protect the public from an overreaching government. But the Water Board is a public body, and it listens to people who come to its meetings. They act in a public manner. The board members are appointed by the mayor of Denver. If the mayor were to be sufficiently unhappy, they could be removed. So the board is a public body in the same way that city council is a public body, but not elected.
Are there any more questions from
Yes, sir.
the list?
We'll keep moving right along, and I'll have Suzanne. The next two has to do with, against that paragraph 3.4, it ends with, Littleton specifically agrees that water service rates for water service provided under this contract shall be governed by the provisions of this contract. Any state statute to the contrary notwithstanding. Ms. Thornton says, would that make us in violation of a potential state law? I'll ask Ms. Steyer to address that.
And I think, Patty, when we talked about this, some of this might have had to do with PUC oversight or pushing the board toward that direction.
Well, it also had to do with the legislature. Well, the legislature sometimes sees fit to tell local governments how they should act and what they should do. And so this was an agreement between Denver Water and its customers that we would look at these rate provisions and we would sort of deal with each other rather than having the state tell us how to do it. It doesn't mean that the state couldn't pass a statute that would in fact override local governments, but in general this is one of those areas that we could probably contractually agree and that the state wouldn't have the authority to override the agreement of two local governments.
Anything else?
The next one is the paragraph 5.7 talks about a material breach. What is an example of a material breach in this context? Suzanne and I discussed it, and Patty might want to comment, but I think, for example, I think the contract does and always has prohibited us from commingling water, so that's specifically where you're not to bring any other imported water into Denver system. I assume if we were to say try to inject some groundwater or bring other water into the system where it specifically prohibits commingling, to me that would be a material. I mean, I'm not a contract attorney, but that would be a material breach of the contract. So.
No one ever has material breached, but it more is to protect the people within a governmental entity. If the governmental entity should do something like hook up the non-potable water to the potable water system or something, what this does is say that the board can come in but we already own the system here, so it's a little different. But like I say, there's provisions in all our contracts, which just means that the Denver Water could come in, take over the system, and provide water to people. It's really more of an emergency kind of provision. And like I said, no one ever has. That's never happened.
The other one deals with paragraph 6, which has to do with, as Patty said, these provisions specific. This is called the special provisions. The question is, any chance of removing 20-year lease arrangement and bumping it would be nice to negotiate additional water maybe up to 1,500 acre feet. I don't know if Mr. Cernanek, if this is where some of your earlier questions. Suzanne, I don't know if you discussed these specific provisions with Patty or David.
Well, I will say that I'm not very good at math, but 350 acre feet is about 5% of what Littleton currently uses, and the 1,200 is about 1/6 of what Littleton currently uses. So they're fairly substantial amounts of water. The temporary leases, it isn't to say that 20 years from now there might not be water available for lease, but the idea was to say for sure there would be 1,200 acre feet a year. 20 years may be just about as far as we can go. And the limit on 5 years and 5 years out of 10 is really part of an agreement that we have with the West Slope. The West Slope does not want us to use our water outside the combined service area, because the more water we provide, the more water we take off the West Slope. So among many agreements that we've reached with the West Slope, and what we call the mediation agreement has to do with providing temporary leases 5 years at a time, so that we're not going crazy and pulling all the water out of Dillon to serve people outside our service area over here.
Can those 5-year limits be overlapping?
It's no more than 5 years in any 5 consecutive years out of a 10-year period. So, no. I mean, not 2 5-year periods right next to each other. 5 years off, 5 years.
But they cannot overlap.
That's correct. And that's in our agreement with the West Slope. But the idea would be, maybe someone would need 1,200 acre-feet. Maybe they'd need 600 acre-feet. And then after that, they'd need 1,000 acre-feet. So the idea is for it to be temporary, for it to be bridge water to get someone to a permanent source, which, depending on location, might be the WISE project or might be something else. But the idea behind this is to say, and we define temporary water as 5-year contracts. I mean, this has been true since I've been there. So, and the idea behind temporary water and limiting it to 5 years is to make sure that it is in fact temporary, that you don't have people buying homes in reliance on a water supply that is not going to last.
And if you recall the January 25th discussion, that gets back to what keeps Mr. Little awake at night is, how big is his bucket going to be, and what can he really advise the board that they can provide.
Right.
The last question, I think, it has to do questions the value. 2.1 million seems to be a small amount versus the value of water in the future. I think I indicated that how Mr. Blosson and I got to the value equation, equating that 2.1 with what projects that were specifically tangible and for Littleton. I think I know perhaps I think Councilman Stallman has done some work on what possible future conjectured value might be, but I don't have any other comments to add to how we got to the value, except that we tied it to some concrete, specific, tangible equation, and that's how we reached our number. Beyond that, there may be other people that want to comment on that.
Is that it for the questions?
Yeah, that's all I have from.
Okay. Then
I think the list that we got from the South Metro Realtor Association pretty much duplicates.
They seem very similar. The only one that I saw differently was what was the combined service area, and did it include Centennial? And so that's why I tried to address that. There seemed to be some question about it.
The footnote that I'd add to both yours and Patty's comments, it's only the city of Centennial that is west of I-25 that's included in the combined service area. There's a substantial amount of Centennial as far as geographic space that is not in the combined service area.
I thought I made that clear in my comments that it was west of I-25, but I may have not.
You did, but well, you mentioned west of I-25, but you didn't mention that there's a lot of Centennial that's east of I-25.
Right, and if you looked at the map, then that moves into East Cherry Creek, Water and Sand. I guess the question maybe I tried to interpret from the Board of Realtors was, is there some area that's again going to be denied water? And in fact, Denver serves that part of that area, and then Aurora takes over for the further easterly. No, they don't. It's East Cherry Creek.
Yeah, we actually don't have a contract with the city of Centennial. We have contracts with Southgate and all sorts of other water and sanitation districts there. Centennial was created recently, long after our contracts were entered. But East Cherry Creek Valley has its own system.
okay, for process, what we're going to go next is Councilman Stallman has a presentation to do. We would then open a public hearing and take questions and comments from anybody in the public that wants to speak. I see 10 names on the roster, but if you have not signed up for the roster, we'll still allow you time to speak. Then we'll probably take a break, come back, and the council will discuss this and potentially ask any other questions or address any other questions that have come up during the public comment part. So, Bruce, do you want to show us your analysis, please.
And I will have some questions that I want to do after the public hearing.
Okay.
Tomorrow is going to come down. I think you want to do that after when we get to public comments. Huh? Okay.
I just want to, I apologize that you went through all those questions. They were not intended for asking you tonight. Councilmember Cole, I had a call from one of our members today.
Stu?
Yes.
We're going to have public comment.
I understand. I just
after.
wanted to disclose that we appreciate the answers, but we're not here to get technical answers. That's not our purview. So.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. So let's have a little bit of fun with this. It's an interesting project, no question about it. Part of this little presentation is intended to share the analytical process that council went through as part of the deliberation. Part of it also addresses a question citizens have on occasion raised, or more than on an occasion raised, which is the desire to have government behave more like a business, or wouldn't it be nice if government acted like businesses do in terms of the decision-making process. So essentially, what you're going to have up here is a presentation that is crafted very much in the framework of WWBD, or what would a business do with an issue of this nature. The first item, and I've got a laser pointer and I'm not afraid to use it, is essentially the decision point is you have a revised contract that you can accept, or you can reject the revised contract and retain the existing contract. So essentially then the parameters you would have to deal with, whether you're the City of Littleton or any business, would be to think in terms of what are the key contract language comparisons, the respective values of the contract, other upsides and downsides, and then the decision point is to make the call. Now, some of this is going to be, where's my down? There it is. Some of this is going to be a little bit redundant because City Manager Woods and Phil Cernanek and some of the council members had sort of addressed some of these issues as you guys were going through some of the contract questions that Sue Thornton and so forth put forth. But I don't think I won't spend a lot of time reiterating the whole thing. The first thing we want to do is consider what the key contract language variations are. And this is sort of a descriptive view or a highlight of the various sections of the two contracts that would have materially important elements that would be contrasted with one another. Another way to say it is it's non-boilerplate kind of stuff. You'll see in the two first bullets, as was indicated, the Denver Charter is going to control both contracts. The second point on the existing contract is the water service is supposed to be furnished similar to that inside Denver. Service charges outside of Denver may be applied uniformly among similar users, so that's an interesting phrase, the may. Section 5C of the existing contract says outside Denver service charges may not exceed comparable inside Denver charges by more than 100%, which was the cap issue we've discussed already a bit at length. Notwithstanding that 100% is in the existing contract, according to Suzanne and case law, it's not particularly viable or controlling at this juncture. The board has reasonable discretion to establish rates inside and outside Denver, which we've discussed. The water may be curtailed, provided the restriction is applied uniformly inside and outside of Denver. The board retains property rights to the water, as in, notwithstanding the water in the state of Colorado belongs to the citizens, the board controls the property rights. The Board of Water Commissioners, as far as Denver is concerned, controls the property rights to the water, not the City of Littleton. And then the 300-pound gorilla, as far as the discussion is concerned, is Section 13 of the existing contract, which says areas annexed by Littleton are automatically part of what was then referred to as the contract service area. In the revised contract, the second recital, recital D, says there's no limitation on Littleton annexation activities. Goes on further to state that the board will furnish all water necessary to serve full development within Littleton's combined service area, which is Councilmember Cole's point about verticality. Water may be curtailed provided the restrictions applied uniformly inside and outside Denver. So I think Councilmember Taylor or Cernanek mentioned the issue of the board having a lot of discretion here. These elements of the contract would ostensibly provide some comfort that we're not going to be dealt with atypically, as Ms. Wells indicated as well, beyond what other suburban contractees are also going to be experiencing. Service charges are going to be applied uniformly among similar users outside Denver. Rates will be assessed reasonably to recover service costs. Water shall be provided in the same manner as that provided to customers inside Denver. I think this is the water pressure issue. Water service governed by the charter provisions, operating rules, and engineering standards, so long as not inconsistent with the contract terms. And I think this, again, then is the already aforementioned issue of the operating standards board, which has compositionally elements of the distributors included in it. And then it's okay for Littleton to expand our combined service area as long as there is consent of the current water distributor. So ostensibly what that means in conjunction with recital D, theoretically, if we wanted to annex down Santa Fe Road, as long as we met the state legal requirements, which we'll get into in a minute here, but there's no prohibition as far as this contract is concerned, and there couldn't be as far as our being a home rule city. And then as far as Denver Water is concerned, the CSA expansion is fine as long as there is concurrence with whoever the current water distributor would be for whatever properties we would be seeking to expand into the combined service area. So, other than that section 13, which talks about the issue of, again, the annexation, unlimited annexation issue, it strikes, at least me, and you guys have your own interpretation of this, but it strikes me that there's not a horrific difference between the contract we entered into 41 years ago that seems to be working relatively well over the interim time period as far as what City Manager Woods said, and the proposed revision of the contract that's before us. The next step in the process is to determine the respective contract values, the existing contract versus the revised contract. So under the existing contract, Littleton owns no water. We have no right to sell water. All we have through the existing contract is a right to consume and return. The unlimited supply clause therefore derives value in exchange for the potential for a future annexation, whereby the value of the annexation is as it would be in any other annexation, which is the city taking in sales and use and other tax revenues, ostensibly in excess of the cost of providing police, fire, roads, and other services. But there is no direct value to the water because the city of Littleton owns no water that we can sell to a third-party user. Now, as far as an annexation is concerned, the larger the annexation, ostensibly, again, the more lucrative the annexation becomes, but the less likely it is to occur. And the legal considerations do, in fact, play a part. So there has to be some element of 1/6 contiguity, at least 1/6 of the boundaries have to touch the city, and then depending on the size of the annexation, there would have to be owner consent. So to the point, and hold that thought for 1 second. So then the next question ends up being, if you're going to do a large annexation, where are you going to do it and when is it going to occur? And as City Manager Woods suggested, it doesn't appear viable at this juncture that Sterling Ranch, should it proceed, would be a candidate for annexation given their lack of interest in doing such a thing. And then you come back to the fact that you're probably looking at component pieces of potentially Highlands Ranch, which are not served by Denver Water at this juncture. And then, again, ostensibly, you'd have to have the property owners within the area you're interested in annexing agree to allow you to do that. The revised contract, the value proposition up front is pretty straightforward. We've already talked about the $2.5 million. The water bank is the 1,200 acre-feet available for sublease. We've talked about the 5-year increments, the 20-year term. We haven't yet talked about, but there's some pending language that's technical in nature that was some cleanup work I think Suzanne's going to get into in a little bit that talks about cost certainty and flow exchange points being the tailgate of the wastewater treatment plant, the Bi-Cities plant, which make the 1,200 acre-feet viable or more viable, if you will, for purposes of using it for a near-term enticement, if you will, to a developer to commit the development to the sewer plant from a tap basis. And the existing sewer plant, we haven't gone into this deep, and I'm not going to get ridiculously deep on it, but the existing sewer plant today is permitted for, I believe, 50 million gallons a day, and depending on the timeline or the time of the year, runs anywhere from 22 to 27, 28 million gallons per day. So there is a fair amount of fixed cost and ostensibly, I got to quit using that word, presumably, how about that? Reduced treatment costs for incremental volumes because we, in theory, would be able to spread the fixed cost structure over a larger volume of input or inflow if we have additional capacity coming into the plant from incremental development. Also, the new tap fees would provide additional coverage for debt service obligations, which look a little bit like this.
The footnote on that is those are sewer tap fees.
That is quite correct, not water tap fees. Thank you. That's a very good point. As it stands today, there is a combination of $41 million of principal, $11 million of interest, and $3 million of administrative fees for a total of $56 million outstanding on the sewer plant debt obligations. The fund balance for the sewer plant, the sewer utility fund, according to the Finance Department's sewer analysis study that was done last September, Finance Department of the City of Littleton, I should say, shows a debt service schedule running out through 2025 that looks like this. The ending sewer utility fund balance stands at $13.6 million, and using the projected rates, which were for single-family inside city, and there's multiple rates, but these are representative, of $198 per year, which went up to $210 to $228, which are still $228 for 2011, and then an escalation factor per the analysis that runs up to about 2015. It drops the fund balance down to from $13.6 to $7.5 million. This does assume, when the study was done, that there was an incremental $5 million of installation cost associated with the ultraviolet disinfection system, which per the study session last week, council pushed back on. So that's it's a possibility that may not happen, but this analysis assumes that it does happen starting in, I believe, 2013.
Question for clarification, please.
See.
This is only the Littleton portion of the sewer plant?
This is the Littleton, our 50% share of the sewer plant, which serves the city of Littleton plus all of the sewer districts that come in through our main. Correct. Yeah. Thank you. So it's not, I'm not projecting this out any further. We're obviously going to have these conversations at some point in time, but this number keeps going up, and this number keeps going down, and this still needs to be paid off. So connecting those dots suggests that the possibility of adding incremental capacity to the sewer plant could pose as a reasonably high priority. Now, the existing contract valuation analysis looks a little bit like this, and I will do my best to not get too far into the weeds on this stuff because it would be unfortunate if people passed out and slipped into a coma and we had to roll fire trucks and so forth and so on, let alone all the people at home who are watching. It could be an epidemic. But
plus some of us might want equal time.
Fair enough. As we said a couple slides back, the existing contract valuation analysis is predicated on the City of Littleton doing an annexation. So the economic analysis for the existing contract valuation starts with an assumption that somewhere in the future we do an annexation. The base case assumed year 15, but we ran a range of results from years 5 through 20, starting with this year. So 5 years out, we do a big annexation all the way to 20, and each year is equally likely to occur. We assume that the water volume that was being used was a little over 2,500 acre feet. The metric is that 0.46 acre feet per residence from Denver Water generates, if you divide 2546 by 0.46, you come up with an annexation of residential properties, if you will, of about 33% of the size of the existing number of Littleton residents, so call it a third. I then took the 2010 actual general fund revenues, excluding intergovernmental revenues, and assumed that if we do this many residential customers on an annexation, we're going to get proportionally the same mix of revenue from a sales and use tax perspective and property tax perspective as we get today, without any better information. And I scaled those numbers off of the 2010 actuals for both revenue as well as general fund expenditures, covering expenses that would theoretically be incremental. So potentially IT, admin services, police, fire, net of fire partner revenues, public services for roads, general operations, contingencies, so forth and so on. In theory, if we do an annexation a third the size of Littleton, forget about where that's located, and it generates these kinds of revenues, that would be a relatively attractive proposition. But of course, it's unclear what the likelihood of that actually happening is. So what we assumed in the base case was that there's a 10% probability of occurrence or risk that this actually happens. And then we ran a range of that from anywhere from 2.5% to 50%. So at the high end, we're going to say it's 50-50. We could do an annexation of this size or an annexation higher or lower. And at the low end, we say maybe there's only a 2.5% of the likelihood of completing an annexation as described above. And then in a minute, we'll show you what the results of that are from a financial analysis perspective. The revised contract has nothing to do with annexation. It has to do with sewer taps and sewer connections. So we assume that in year 3 of the analysis, we have a connection from a developer into the sewer plant. Maybe it's something like a Sterling Ranch or a Sterling Ranch proxy. Could happen anywhere from year 2 through 10. Sterling Ranch may do 1,200 taps per year for 10 years. The base case assumed 800, ranging anywhere from 200 to 1,200. Believe sewer taps are $5,000 per tap, but assuming that the bigger the volume, there might be some sort of a volume discount. And then by looking at the 2011 budget for sewer service charges divided by 46,000 sewer utility accounts, which is everything that goes through our side of the plant, not just the city, the straight math was a sewer service charge of $257 on revenue, and the operating expenses plus the debt service was $304. However, we know we have excess capacity, so presumably we wouldn't replicate the dollars of expense, the expense dollars, dollar for dollar. I assume somewhere between 35% to 70% of the incremental cost of service for new accounts relative to what we incur today. And again, here we would none of this is certainty, all of this is risk. Whenever a business looks at a deal like this, they would basically say, what is the likelihood that it happens? Notwithstanding, for example, Sterling Ranch isn't annexing into the city. There's a somewhat higher annexation probability given the proximity and potential timing of Sterling Ranch. So I started with 50%, but then ran a range anywhere from 20 to 75%. And we know the $2.5 million is solid up front. It's already been committed to as far as the draft contract, so that's hard dollars that we would add into the analysis. Now, we looked at cash flows on this thing for 50 years because annexations and sewer utilizations, sewer capacity, and so forth and so on are not things that happen over a finite or a short time period. They happen over a finite time period, but they tend to take a long time. So we ran 50 years worth of cash flow modeling and then calculated everything at a net present value basis. The best way to think about net present value, if you're not a finance geek like me, is I was sitting this afternoon at the intersection of Prince and Santa Fe, and I was maybe car 12 in the line waiting for the light to turn, and the light turned green and people started to move, but I didn't move right away because notwithstanding out in the future there's a green light at the intersection, the more important thing to me was the red tail light from the guy sitting right in front of me, which was car number 11. So essentially, out in the future is a green light that something could happen, but there's red lights that have to be paid attention to or something bad could happen before you get to that green light at the intersection when you're car 12 sitting on Santa Fe waiting for the traffic in front of you to clear. That's not a bad layman's way of thinking about the concept of net present value. The simulation software I essentially ran 10,000 simulation trials on all of those ranges of assumptions. And the end result of that looks like this. The base case for the existing contract was about $1,450,000. Using the assumptions for the revised contract, the net present value was about $19.2 million. The high end on the existing contract was 8.1. The high end on the revised was 28.7. The low end range generated a value of about $455,000 versus about 8.7. This is if a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is what the picture looks like after 10,000 trials. So the existing contract has a lot of results of the simulation in this area, which is somewhere between about $500,000 to call it $4 to $5 million. And out here is the tail where if everything possibly goes right, you do a huge annexation and it happens sooner than later, you can get a fairly big value out of the value of the annexation because remember, Littleton owns no water. We don't derive any value from the water. However, the net present value of the revised contract is clustered more in this area, which is probably, say, $12 to $20 million, again, given the range of inputs, with the high-low being out here on the tails. Now, numbers are one element of a decision-making process, but they're not the be-all, end-all. They are tools with which to help somebody make an informed decision. But to do it right, you have to consider other upsides and downsides. So if we consider other upsides and downsides, we would have to consider what City Manager Woods said at the beginning of this, which is Denver Water's got a lot of physical issues that include volumes and costs of available supplies, the ability to reuse only a portion of the flows due to downstream calls, possibilities of drought, possibilities of states like Arizona and California doing what are referred to as compact calls on West Slope water, which could impact the volume of supplies available for the Front Range, potential litigation, conservation, infrastructure density, so forth and so on. So there's a lot of mechanical reasons that make this a contract that's beneficial to them vis-a-vis their relationship with their suppliers. But given that the City of Littleton's been in a contractual partnering arrangement with Denver Water for 40 years, has a corollary that presumably if it's good for them to a certain extent, it should be good for us as well in terms of what we're trying to do, which overarching the valuation proposition here is make sure we've got a reliable source of water for our citizens well into the foreseeable future. We don't know the timing or probability of future events, things like Highlands Ranch going dry, or one of the comments I heard was Son of Two Forks in the future, which potentially we could barter away the existing contract with an open-ended supply clause to get out of having to pay for something like our share of a Two Forks if it were ever to be visited. Timing, probability, those are probably long-term future events. Jim Woods managed that, given their Highlands Ranch's spend with respect to a lot of the surface water and so forth and so on, the chances of them going dry, who knows? It could happen, and we could get into a 100-year drought, and we could all go dry. But they're certainly taking steps, as you would think would be prudent given their situation, to do what they need to do. We do know, though, that near term we're going to have some hard sewer plant dollar cost obligations that somebody, including the citizens of Littleton, are going to have to bear if we're not able to figure out how to get more capacity in the sewer plant. So those, that's an element of decision making, and how do you weight the timing in the future, or the probability of future events versus what potentially is staring us in the face over the next 10 years. The rate-making consistency versus the existing contract rate-making exposure, I'd highlighted the word may. So hypothetically, say for the sake of an argument, we keep the existing contract, and do an annexation and force Denver Water to supply. And Denver Water, we take them to court and we prevail, and Denver Water says, okay, we're going to supply. We're going to go buy water in Wyoming. And I put in here, remember, the 100% cap clause, and I conveniently at the time I did the slide, forgot about Suzanne's case law, which sort of said this isn't necessarily controlling.
We'll probably get a call from the Wyoming State Engineer tomorrow, David.
If they could even get it here, yeah. But maybe it's 100%, maybe it's 10 times what's being charged today. Who's to say that if they have to do something to supply, that it's anywhere close to the cost that we would see today, given the incremental nature of the supplies involved. And it wouldn't necessarily be a humongous stretch or an outrageous stretch of thinking to say that if you did litigate and a court said, okay, they have to provide, but not stipulating how they provide or what it costs to provide, this wouldn't necessarily be the most pleasant outcome one can envision. We talked about Denver Charter trumping the contract regarding rates, caps, and commitments. What we haven't talked about is the possibility that we could charge tap fees still for any of the 350 acre-feet we use for annexation, as well as potentially the 1,200 acre-feet for the water bank leasing. I mentioned that we do have the longstanding partnering agreement, and then at the end of the day, the comment has come up on various levels and from various people, what is the contract worth to Denver Water and how much will they pay to resolve it, which is an element in the decision-making process. So if you're a business or if you're the city of Littleton, now you get to make the call. We've talked about the decision point. We've talked about the contract language comparison, the respective contract values and other upsides and downsides, and that is essentially government behaving like a business. Anyone have any questions? Yes, sir.
Actually, respectively, I'll disagree that as you've gone through and done a tremendous amount of number crunching, and I'll give you a lot of credit for that, Bruce, in this, a certified appraiser would have utilized 3 different approaches, of which you're only using a discounted cash flow methodology. They would have used what was your last question in part, is what's the market that's there, as well as a hard valuation on whatever assets might be there, as this contract has both provisions that are options and the like. That one particular method may not be there. As we are charged to be stewards for our folks, I think we're also charged to get what would be at least a good value relative to that. And as you know, I've taken the position we don't have enough information to get a good value yet in this. Appreciate the analysis and the work, but what would a business do in an appraisal methodology that would have, a certified appraiser would have at least approached the 3, looked for a reproducible number, and had an unbiased, independent opinion as to the value, as opposed to one that's taking a look at this. So.
Okay, yeah, fair point.
All right. I think
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Bruce. I think it's time to open the public hearing. First name we have is Cheryl James, who's not in favor of the ordinance but does not wish to speak. That's still the case? Next is Pamela Williams, who also is not in favor of the ordinance and does not wish to speak. If any of you change your mind, you can come down. Angela Burdick, who's not in favor of the ordinance and does not wish to speak. Sure. We ask you to state your name and address for the record and limit yourself to about 4 minutes, please.
Good evening. My name is Angela Burdick. I am a business owner in Littleton at 5984 South Prince Street. I am the owner of Realty Innovations. I'd like to thank you for having us here this evening, and I would like to go ahead and thank all of the council members that have met with us realtors and addressing some of the concerns that we do have. For the sake of time, I'm just going to go ahead and read a letter that we've composed in order to go through and maybe give some insight into some of our issues that we've encountered. As a realtor association serving the commercial and residential property owners and water users across South Metro communities and actively involved in statewide Colorado Association Realtors land use and the water policy initiatives, we appreciate the changed conditions that dictate the amendment of the City of Littleton's longstanding water service agreement with Denver Board of Water Commissioners. We are concerned with the inordinate rush demonstrated by our council, however, and the leadership at your January 25th study session, of which I understand was 2 hours, to dispose of this clearly long-term planning need with an immediate resolution. We recommend that our council members who have gone through and urged the period of public communication and dialogue with our Littleton citizens and who have relied on and funded this agreement for 40 years and will continue to be obligated by any changes and entailments to it. We would like to go through and are concerned with the council's attention to any changes in the water service agreement and the long-term value. And we all know that value has different means for different people as far as the benefits that are out there servicing our community and also our Littleton business owners, as well as the Littleton property owners and our water users. Using an analogy from best real estate practices, we read in Denver's 2010 overture requesting Littleton consider an amendment to its service contract as a letter of intent outlining issues and opportunities. Denver's approach is long-term and the tone is highly invitational. It does not contain the urgency of a 1-month rush from council study session to narrowly informed public hearing of the ordinance before you tonight. In our community outreach, we have encountered several people who are unaware of this ordinance and what the ramifications can actually mean to the Littleton citizens as well as our businesses. We urge you to table this ordinance for a period of 3 to 6 months to effectively communicate the long-term planning context of Denver's request and long-term value for Littleton to amend our water service agreement. At a minimum, we suggest publication of background and information in the Littleton report and property owner water user forums over the next few months to educate and explore Denver water needs and Littleton's opportunities. Littleton property owners, water users deserve to know why a favorable 40-year contract must be changed now and how these changes are of value to Littleton's future. The resources of our meeting facilities and the Colorado Association of Realtors recognized involvement in the needs and opportunities raised by Denver are available to the City of Littleton to maximize communication, disclosure, and objectivity as you engage in this 17-year critical issue. Realtors and the property owners served deal with opinions and the estimates of values of every day. And as I stated earlier, we do know that values have different means for different people, and they are evaluated on different levels based upon the resources we have available to us at that point in time. We also understand that there are different opinions of value and how that objective determination can be made. In going through and evaluating it, we would like to see qualified experts and professionals evaluate the exact contract as far as what those incentives could bring to us. Before you rush to embrace this estimate of value that is manifested in the ordinance before you tonight, we urge that you obtain and communicate an objective appraisal and determination of the maximum value that Littleton can actually bring to the agreement to change to the water service contract that has served us all. And as a member of the Realtor community, we would like to go through and offer our services through our local organization of the South Metro Denver Realtor Association and also our Colorado Association of Realtors to help work with some kind of viable plan that would serve both the citizens of Littleton and also all the business owners. Thank you.
Question?
Shirley.
Do you live in Littleton?
No, I do not. I have a business in Littleton.
I see. Are you happy with the water service you get?
Am I happy with the water service I get? Yes, very much so. I have nothing
Very
to complain
good.
about it.
You know, up until 1965, I've lived in this city since 1936.
That's a lot of years.
Yes, it is. And we were at a point when we first came here, we had a well, and we had to heat our water to take a bath. And then the city of Littleton put in wells and put in water service, but it wasn't to everybody because it wasn't enough people to really satisfy. But our service at that time extended to Windermere, and then it went down Santa Fe a ways, just about to Bellevue, over to Ridge Road. Now, there were times as I've grown up, and this facility started growing, the city started growing, so we had to have additional water. So we've put some more pumps in, I think, and we annexed all the way to Windermere, to Broadway. At the time, I would say, I lived at the end of the line, and if you wanted to take a bath, you had to do it pretty quick sometimes because you didn't get a bath, you got sandblasted. That's what happens. There was a lot of sand within our system. The end of the pipe had to be taken off every now and then. They'd drain out all the sand. And the greatest thing I think ever happened to Littleton was that flood of '65 because we were put on a system that has served us very well. And I think it served everybody in this community and in the rural community. Everybody's got good water. They have good water. And everybody would like to have our water. And they'd like to have your water. But I think what we're looking for here is just not for the whole metropolitan area. We are concentrating on getting a contract that is good for our citizens of Littleton. And it surprised me that Denver came up with some cash for us because I would have never asked them myself because of the fact that I've been really happy and I think all of Littleton has been happy with the water service. So I just like to know what seems to be the problem with all of this. You know, if we want to do a contract, I just think that for one, I'm perfectly happy with it, and I think that Denver's going to do us a good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Appreciate it.
Well, actually, Angela, if I may.
Shirley.
Very much agree with your comment that value is in the eye of the beholder. And honestly, I very much want to understand the comment that I've heard from a number of people about the value proposition, or I think you used the phrase, and Phil used it as well, appraisal. It sounds like you're someone who's familiar with that. You either have had experience with that, or you understand it, or obviously through the realtors, you guys do appraisals, with some degree of frequency. In looking at, without coming up with a number, But in looking at the nature of the contractual obligation that Denver Water has to us from 1970, can you help me understand what the value, what the appraisal valuation elements are as far as you or the realtors view them?
The elements involved?
Well, in other
in
words,
it?
if we're going to have if we're going to have an appraisal of the contract, and it's going to obviously take some period of time to do it, but I think you said something about, the letter said, you know, you guys recommend having experts come in and do some sort of appraisal work and
There are certified water appraisers who are capable of coming in and giving an estimate of value. These are people who are experienced in water issues. Many of them are experienced in the state of Colorado as far as our water issues, and could probably go through and give a pretty good idea of what the value is, if we're talking monetary value, as far as going through and assessing what Littleton is actually looking at in the long term. I did not see anything in the proposal that actually said that there were those outside professionals that did come in and do an evaluation on the water.
we didn't have a full, you know, we did not have a third-party water professional come in and do it, which is yeah, I understand that point. But I guess to go back to that, though, if it's someone who deals with water issues, the city does not own any water. So the appraisal in the contract then is the fair value on a call from Denver Water to supply water to a territory that we would annex, presumably to the south.
Or possibly to the east.
Centennial? I mean, the law says you
Well-
have to be 1/6 contiguous to the city boundaries,
Okay.
and that would be
And so
Centennial.
in going through and trying to estimate a value of what Littleton has, from our experience, we either, we're working in the real estate world, to give you an analogy, we have a seller and we have a buyer. Somewhere along the line, there are agreements where those terms come together so that everybody is happy. But from what I'm seeing, there's usually also what is the buyer ready, willing, and able to pay. And based on that, I'm not real sure that we've done our due diligence as far as some of the things that we could be doing as far as exploring this contract in a little bit more detail. And as a member of the realtor community, we do have resources available where we could reach out to Littleton, and we're more than willing to do that to help try and establish some of that value that might maybe enhance the contract and maybe bring it a little bit better, more into long-term, that's something that our Littleton citizens and also our business owners could live with.
So let me, and that's good. Let me explore that just a little bit further. So can you elaborate a little bit more in terms of what you're thinking there? Is in terms of some of the things you just described there, as far as if I understood what you're saying, is you'd be looking at what the contract is worth to Denver Water relative to what they're paying us to get out of their contractual obligation. Is that what you're saying?
I believe that there's some possibilities there, and without further research, it's hard to say, but I do think we are rushing into this and that we do need to take a step back and reevaluate where we're going with it, what are we actually trying to accomplish, and to look at it. And what we're asking is 3 to 6 months, let's do our due diligence and let's look at this and see where we can move with it in order to go through and give the best value to the Littleton citizens and also our Littleton business owners.
Okay, and I'll let you go. I'm not trying to. I mean, actually, honestly, I'm very interested. I'm trying to understand what you're saying, because it's a very complex issue.
Absolutely.
For what it's worth, just so you guys understand, we've actually been looking at this since well into last year, because it was in executive sessions by virtue of the fact that it was contract negotiations. So it is, you can't negotiate contracts in public. All right, yeah, the first letter showed up in April of 2010. So, I mean, it's been a long-term arrangement on those things. But would your 3 to 6 month timeline how would you feel if, hypothetically, Sterling Ranch went through Douglas County planning and in April came back and said they're ready to move forward with starting to, turn dirt, and they need an answer on connecting to the sewer plant, which would take the water bank, because if we retain the existing contract, again, this is all hypothetical, we can't serve them without annexing them, and they've said they're not interested in being annexed.
My understanding is the Sterling Ranch project is not interested in coming to Littleton, that they have found other means.
From an annexation standpoint, yes, but may or may not be true with respect to the sewer plant connection.
Okay.
But there could be a time issue involved with that. Does that change your perception of it at all?
No, I don't believe it does.
Okay. All right. Thanks very much.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions?
Any other questions?
Yeah, so I'm still trying to understand then, where in the devil are we going to annex?
Annex?
Yeah, if you're talking, I thought that was what Bruce's last question was, about issues with annexing. Otherwise,
he
my
mentioned
question
about
is,
possibly annexing to the south. But everything's speculation. I mean, you have to kind of, at least in my book, you have to look at the conditions that are available at that point in time and what's happening as far as the market and the economy and the finances before we could even possibly consider moving. This Sterling Ranch project, I believe, was one that is to the that came up at the water issue. There seemed to be some concerns where the water was going to be coming from. And I believe that they have now made other arrangements to go through. I'm not a part of that project, so I really cannot speak to the Sterling Ranch project.
Doug, were you going to address that later? So the mayor's going to address the annexation piece later. In my head, I'm not following apart from that. If we've got a commitment to provide all the water that we need, adequate water, for as many people as Littleton has forever, whether we increase the number in the existing houses or residences, whether we grow up, I'm not necessarily advocating that we grow 10 stories up all over Littleton or whatever, but we have a commitment to provide for our existing area, which to me seems pretty significant. So I guess we'll have to wait to see what the mayor addresses. I mean, we've talked about this before, but Bruce mentioned that we started this April 6th last year, when we directed staff to start the meeting with Denver Water on this. We had 3 executive sessions last year, spread over time, and then we had our study session. So this has not been a fast process at all. And the study sessions were usually quite late, talking about options and issues and whatever. So I'm not real cheerful about the notion that we've been rushing this.
Thank you, Angela. Appreciate it. Any more questions for Angela?
Thank you for,
Thank you
we're
so
not
much.
trying to work you over. We really do appreciate you coming up and
Could
chatting.
you leave a
because
copy of the letter for the clerk, please?
it's very helpful to have the feedback you're providing.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is Doug Chestout, if I said it correctly.
Chestnut.
Is that an N? Chestnut, I'm sorry.
Doug Chestnut, 10353 Wildlife Way, Littleton, 80125. I think the agreement is probably a good thing because you're going to confirm up things and you're going to get money in hand today, or it sounds like within a short period of time. And water is very, very precious. And I think the original intent from Denver Water wasn't to supply you guys water for every annexation to go to as far south or east or wherever. There's a limited supply of water. That's a fact. Water is not as plentiful. and to take care of the citizens of Littleton is probably the primary thing to do, and it sounds like it's a win-win for Denver and for the city of Littleton. So I would say that it looks like a pretty good deal.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Next is Marcia Olson, who does not favor the ordinance but does not wish to speak. Terry Jenny does not favor the ordinance and does not wish to speak. Ann Mather does not favor the ordinance and does not wish to speak. Dave Little put his name down, but I think he doesn't want to speak. And Patty also has already spoken. Stu, please, sir.
Thank you, Council. Stu Maher, 6696 South Crocker Way. I do reside in Littleton. And I'd like to speak with you a moment as the chairperson of the South Metro Denver Realtors Community Affairs Committee. Several of our members and folks with whom we work in Littleton, property owners, did see the council study session on the 25th, and I think our concerns that came out of that study session were not so much about the technicalities of this ordinance. Certainly we understand the need to change and amend the agreement that Littleton has with the Denver Water Board. Our concerns are the rush with which the council seems to be bringing this to some sort of disposition 2 weeks after the public started hearing about it. We understand that you've been dealing with this for a year. We've seen the letter from last spring. We don't see any need in that letter for urgency to dispose of this tonight. We'd suggest that this is a moment for the transparency that the council seeks with the community, a teaching moment, if you will, a moment to educate the community on water needs, how they are global and affect us as a local community, and also to dialogue with the community about the opportunities to Littleton. I would, Councilman Stallman, comment that in terms of value, yes, we are a heavily regulated industry, the real estate community, and we are very concerned about objective values. They're as opposed to values based on just a project we want to do right now or subjective values. And I don't know exactly how the value of Littleton's water contract is done. I do think, though, that your earlier comments and your questions to Ms. Burdick are about value, the value of the water contract and the value of the water bank, as you referred to it, for addressing the future needs for us to deal with the wastewater plant, the other end of the water proposition, if you will. So I urge you, as Ms. Burdick did, to seize this opportunity to step back a little bit and give the citizens a chance to dialogue with you and understand where you've come from in the last year in addressing the need to modify Littleton's agreement with Denver Water. Thank you for your attention and attention to our recommendation.
Thank you, Stu. Next is Larry Borger. Larry, you still here?
Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, my name is Larry Borger. I reside at 6188 South Atlantic Court, have for the last 37 years. I have just a couple of comments. One, in both the press release and in the comments that City Manager Woods presented tonight, there was the impression left that somehow or another the 1965 flood sort of destroyed the Littleton water system, and as a result we were in desperation forced to go with Denver to negotiate some sort of contract. As a practical matter, the system was terribly destroyed. We had an antiquated system to begin with. It was furnished by wells in the river valley. We brought water in irrigation ditches, pumped it out. The problem was we were taking more water out of the river than we should have been, but that's beside the point. There was a lot of destruction in 1965. But the fact of the matter is virtually all the cost to repair the system was paid by the federal government. Public Law 875, the Office of Emergency Preparedness, the old days of how the federal government dealt with disasters, a lot of that repair cost was paid by the Fed. There's the other interesting question. If the flood destroyed it in 1965, why did it take until 1970 to negotiate the contract? And the answer, as a practical matter, was Littleton knew we had a problem. As I say, we were taking more water out of the river than we should have. We were violating our water rights. We were notified of that by the state engineer in kind of a kind way, saying, we'll come shut you down someday if you don't do something. The other question, though, had to do with growth. As Councilman Trujillo pointed out, at that time, Littleton wasn't Littleton that we have today. The City Council said, we know we're going to grow. We want to grow. And one of the things we need to come up with is a water system that allows us to grow. And so over the next 5 years, between 1965 and 1970, the City Council and consultants looked at a number of alternatives. We talked about buying additional water rights. That's a complicated process. But as was pointed out, Aurora bought water rights in the Arkansas Valley, also in South Park. Other communities bought water in Weld County. We could have done the same thing, and we studied that. Another option was to go to Englewood. As you know, Englewood, as you may not know, Englewood has its own unique water system. It's not tied in with the Denver contract at all. And at the time, Englewood had excess water. We could have joined with Englewood and gone that way. Another one was the idea of what was called a master meter contract with the Denver Water Department, where we still owned all the water system. We just bought raw water from them and put it in our pipes and rent it to the homes. The last option, and the one that we selected, was called the total service contract. And Littleton was the first municipality to have a total service contract, by which, in essence, we said, we're out of the business. You get the system, you get the meters, you get the customers. All you have to do is agree into the future to provide water on the same basis that you provide to everybody else. And the Water Board agreed to that. And Councilman Cernanik, the reason that part of Centennial is on Denver Water and part's not is there's a special district called the Southeast Englewood Water District, and that has a total service contract. They actually had a total service contract before Littleton did, but they weren't at that time a municipality. The end result, well, the other thing that Littleton got in that contract was the agreement that wherever Littleton annexed, Denver Water would agree to provide water service. That was a major concession, if you think about it, because at the time, Littleton had all that open space that's now Highlands Ranch, had all that open space that's now going to be Sterling Ranch or all the way down to Roxborough Park. Littleton had great possibilities in terms of annexation. And the fact that the board agreed to say, when you annex, we'll give you water, we thought was a very major concession. We were very impressed with that. And then the final point I would make is that this contract has worked for 41 years. And the contract, as I understand it and as I read it, isn't that much of a change from the contract you now have. It cleans up the language. It recognizes some realities that are there today that weren't there before. But it's not like you're talking about a whole new contract. It's not as if you're starting over from scratch. You're continuing a relationship that's gone on very successfully for 41 years. And I think I have every reason to believe it's going to go on for the next 41 years. The only real thing that I can see that's particularly changed is this idea of taking out the ability to take Denver Water with you when you annex. And I think somebody needs to look at the practicalities of saying, what does that actually mean? Where are you going to annex? Are you going to annex to the east? That's a city now. That's Centennial. That's not an unincorporated area. I mean, I can tell you factually, the city talked about annexing that area east of Broadway 40 years ago. Went through all kinds of machinations. Didn't come to anything. You can talk about annexing to the west, but virtually all the areas to the west are already on Denver Water through distribution systems of some kind. I mean, you can't use water as an annexation tool to force those people to annex. That condition has existed for the last 40 years. I mean, if there was an interest in annexing west, you could have done that. The only option is to annex south, and the whole question of Sterling Ranch apparently keeps coming up. And I won't get into all the economic arguments, but I think it's kind of like the tail wagging the dog to say somehow Littleton is going to provide service to this massive area that is going to be Sterling Ranch. It's like saying, well, let's go annex Highlands Ranch. What have you got to offer Highlands Ranch? I mean, you've got a whole host of problems associated with that. My point is, what are you giving up in saying we can't take Denver Water with us now when we annex? In my view, you're not giving up anything. I think the $2.5 million the Water Board is talking about offering is found money. I don't mean to be playing poker about that, but you don't own the water. You don't own the water rights. When you talk about trying to impute value into what you have, what you own is a contract that says someone else is going to be providing your citizens with water. That's all you own, and I think that's wonderful. It's a tremendous thing. And Bruce, in all due respects, I don't understand how this ties in with some lever that we're going to use to annex all these areas into our sewer system. I mean, I stand to be educated by that, but my understanding is you still have the State Water Quality Control Commission that regulates construction of new sewage treatment plants. And if somebody like Sterling Ranch says, well, we want to build our own sewage treatment plant, the State Water Quality Control Commission has the regulatory authority to say, we want you to do a cost-benefit analysis. Does it make more sense to build a new sewer plant here or for you to use a pipeline and connect to the plant that already exists? I mean, I haven't done the numbers, but if I were on the board of the State Water Quality Commission, I'd say run it downstream to Littleton Englewood. They've already got a plant that meets all the new requirements that EPA is putting in force. And for you to build a plant that's going to meet those same requirements is going to be just cost prohibitive. So, again, I don't mean to take the time tonight. We can talk about that later, but I fail to see how there's any sort of leverage that comes from the sewer side. A couple of other things that were not mentioned in the benefits that are associated with the contract, a couple that are in the tail end. Kettering Reservoir, one of the parks in the heart of your city, is supplied by water from the Antero Reservoir and Highline Canal water rights. And under this contract, that continues. I think that's important. I mean, that's a tremendous source of water. The last one that I think is interesting, the contract shall have no effect on Littleton's rights to withdraw non-tributary water decreed in case number 98 CW 288. I'd like to refer this to the city attorney. I got in an argument with a previous city attorney that said, I think that gives Littleton the right to re-drill wells in the vicinity of the Historic Museum and use non-potable water to irrigate all of Kettering Park. I mean, it's not just the water that fills the lake, but I'm talking about water that could be used for irrigation. I encourage you to ask the city attorney to at least dig that out and look at it again and see if, in fact, that it makes sense. In conclusion, I don't think the contract changes that much. You don't have anything to sell other than the fact that you're selling a service to your people. I don't think it's that confusing. I don't think you need to spend a huge amount of time debating it. With due respect to my realtor friends, I'm a licensed realtor, a member of the Board of Realtors as well. One of the differences I would have with my colleagues is I spent 20 years in local government before I went into the real estate business. And in that process, I think I learned a little bit about water rights and how the local government system works. And I think this is a classic case of a cooperative relationship that's to the benefit of both the Denver Water Board and the folks in Littleton. I'd be glad to answer questions.
Larry, before we get to Bruce, would you please explain for the few people that might not know what your role was in local government back when the contract was negotiated?
I was city manager, and I was a member of the team. It included 3 city council members. We had consultants involved as well, assisting us in, trying to evaluate our water rights and what we had at the time to sell.
Okay.
So in a way, I negotiated the existing contract. I didn't do it single-handedly. I don't mean to claim credit for it, but I was at least at the table.
Thank you.
I hate to sound like a fossil. That was 40 years ago.
No, it's invaluable. Larry, actually, I appreciate you mentioning the point about the sewer, because I had intended mentally to say that. And let me clarify that point, because for the audience as well as folks that are watching, the concept of the water bank is as an inducement, because while I think you're actually have a very insightful point, given the State Water Quality Board and the regionality issues associated with wastewater treatment, and we've been around the block as recently as last week in terms of all the technicalities of the sewer plant. Yet there have been representations, for example, with Sterling potentially starting the mothballed Roxborough plant. Whether that actually were to come to fruition, or whether other sanitation districts in that area like Centennial were able to make an attractive offer to do that. The intent of using the water bank, not just for Sterling, but for anybody that's out there that might be within proximity, we did Roxborough not too long ago, so forth and so on, was to lower the risk factor of somebody going somewhere else. And that's why that analysis was done on a risk-weighted basis, as in the probability was still 50-50. But given the capacity utilization issues, that inducement, if it helps close the deal, makes it more likely they come to us versus banking, if you will, on the Water Quality Board and making the argument or having something else intercede that we can't control. That was the logic.
Okay, well, yeah, I would just say that somebody's got to do a cost-benefit analysis, and the reason you're raising the issue is that Littleton's plant, Littleton-Inglewood's joint plant, has the latest whiz-bang technology. It's state-of-the-art, and it costs a bunch of money.
You're right. Yeah.
Everybody else building a sewage treatment plant in today's world has got to do exactly the same thing. And so,
but the water issue,
Sterling Ranch, and say, are you prepared to spend that much money?
Well, I think, but the incremental element ends up being
what it's going to cost.
And without getting in too far into the weeds here, or any other unpleasant substance, given we're talking about a sewer plant. The issue ends up being transport.
Councilman Stallman is getting late, so we better not.
I think from their standpoint, potentially, as a proxy for one of these kinds of things, the question ends up being, does it make sense to do something locally and not have to go through the interceptor and the transport and potentially pumping? I think it's mainly downhill. It could be gravity flowed, but there's all those issues involved.
That's the only thing I learned in graduate school. It all flows downhill.
And it's still true today. Just ask staff.
The other part is the big chunks float to the top.
And payday's Friday.
Thank you, Larry. We better stop now. And thank you for coming down. That's all the names that we have on the roster. If there's anyone else that wants to come down, Paul? And then...
My name is Paul Bingham. I've lived at 236 West Delaware Circle in Littleton for 48 years. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. This is going to be short. I've just got a little bit to say here. To begin with, I agreed with Larry Borger. He's right on. I've sat through several discussions and study sessions on this contract change. Everything that's been available except the executive sessions. I feel like I totally understand the whole thing. My points are, as everybody knows, Littleton is surrounded such as we only have one itty-bitty corner to annex into, and that's southwest. We don't have any interest in doing that. We've said that. So Denver Water wants to give us some money for not doing something we don't even want to do in the first place. In pursuit of that,
You're not supposed to say that, Paul. I mean, that's what we...
Sitting right behind you.
You're supposed to wait till we got the contract signed.
I hope they're not listening, but anyway...
See if they want to go get a cup of water.
And they've said... in that study session, Mr. Little's fine presentation, that if we exercise that option, they probably can't support it anyway. I feel like you folks have studied this and studied it and studied it. A good example of that is Mr. Stallman's analysis that he presented tonight. I think the due diligence has been done. I think if anybody was paying attention, they would understand the whole thing at this point. The publicity on this has been, I think, great. It was in the Denver Post. It was in the Littleton Independent and the Littleton community newspapers. Kelly Nardi sent out a press release about the whole thing. Councilman Cole sent out an email to a bunch of people with attachments that cover the whole thing. KVDR did publicity on it. And if you don't mind me tooting my own horn, I've sent emails out about this, including this, twice. And I'm not real sure how many people my emails go to, but I've got 1,400 and some people in my address book. Some of those people, thankfully, don't have to put up with this stuff because they're my family. Plus 26 homeowners associations in Littleton. This has had lots of publicity. We don't need, I don't think you folks need to study it anymore. We need to get on with it, vote on it tonight, vote for it, and get on to some of the other important business that the city has. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Ma'am?
Thank you. My name is Jennifer Riefenberg, 10990 North Sunshine Drive, Littleton. I just want to say thank you for working on this issue. And as the gentleman before me spoke, I did hear about this April or May of last year. I can't say exactly where. I think it was something on the internet I found. But so I would say it's hardly anything new. And realistically, I look at this. This is the contract that Denver has with virtually all of their other providers that they've updated from these old contracts. So it's a proven contract that works for everyone. Why not go ahead with it? It's not restricting Littleton from anything. It's not taking away your water. It's not taking away anybody's ability to develop as a better city in whatever way and manner that happens. It simply is starting to show a good partnership with Denver Water and that we all are concerned about water. Denver Water has a lot of water. They have a lot of resources. They provide it to a lot of places very well and responsibly. Denver Water and Colorado do not have infinite water resources. No one does. So we have to start thinking about that. I know it's easy for people to say, oh, no, we can get it elsewhere. This is a planetary problem. If you look at every nation in this world, water is at a shortage, fresh water. So I think it's the responsible thing to do to enter into the common contract that's working with Denver. Littleton is benefiting in some immediate payback from this. You can argue all day about potential monies. Real estate appraisals will come out to whatever you hire them to say you want the numbers to come out to be. I've done a lot of sales that way in real estate. So, you know, I think you people have spent whatever, you know, the better part of a year, almost a full year, looking at this, and certainly I think it's time that maybe we do change the contract with Denver Water to update it for what is relevant today and what can realistically go forward in the future. So, thank you.
Thank you. Carol.
I'm Carol Brezak. I live in the 4th District. I've lived in Littleton since 1963. My mother raised 7 children. And back in the 60s when we lived here, she wasn't paying attention to anything except raising our family. And I mentioned this water contract being renegotiated to her a while back. And I was surprised because she remembered when Littleton went on Denver Water. It was a big deal. And I think I remember having a sandy bath, probably not as sandy as yours. So I don't know what the circumstances were. I was a teenager not paying attention, but I know it was a good thing for Littleton when it happened that my mother remembered it. So it was good 40 years ago. It's good today. I'm glad you guys are doing this. I'm not going to repeat what we've heard from Mr. Borger and Mr. Bingham. I agree with them wholeheartedly. I'll leave my points to what hasn't been said. I want you guys to know that you've been accused of moving too fast. I don't think I've ever heard government being accused of moving too fast. One for the record book. And my final comment is take the money and run. Move forward. Please sign it.
Thank you, Carol. Anyone else? Norm?
Marty.
Oh, and then Marty. You have to be faster.
Good evening, Council. Norm Brown. I live in District 1 on Spotswood. Just a couple thoughts. Carol, I think, got into a little bit of it. Anecdotally, we put our house up for sale many years ago at the appraised value. It takes 2 sides to make a contract. Someone has to agree that that is a correct value. So for all the appraisal and all the valuation and all the experts that are offered over the next 6 months, whatever that erudite appraisal valuation that comes out, Denver Water, the other side of the contract, still has to agree, or else you haven't managed to do anything at all except to delay. I've watched the workings of this council, and I believe my representative will agree that I've paid attention to previous councils, and the suggestion that you are rushing without due diligence, I don't find credible. I sat down and talked to various of you about various issues, disagreed. Usually I only sit down to discuss things when I disagree with you. And some of those disagreements haven't been resolved, and that's just fine. But through all the budget discussions, through municipal judges, through various issues, going back into discussions about the sewer plant and expansion, certificates of participation, the council has my respect for the way they dig into this and for the way they come to decisions, and I appreciate it. I don't think you're rushing to any kind of a judgment. One last thought. You know, I have an interest in history. Mark Twain said something along the line of, history doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes. So we have Mr. Little here discussing water issues many years later. It does rhyme.
Thank you. Marty?
Martin Bolt, District 2. I've lived in this city since 1964. Been in the same house for 47 years, I think it is. Been around here for tax increases. And as most of you probably know, I've always been a devil's advocate, and I've always been suspicious of government, and initially don't trust them on the first shot until I've heard everything. And one thing I'm impressed with tonight is the change of heart of the realtors. The last two events where they pushed the issue, it cost me 2 tax increases on my house. I didn't hear them at those times saying we need time and we need investigation and we need to look at the cost payback and is this a good way to spend our money and what's it going to do for us. That didn't happen. But tonight there's an interest in it, and which I don't understand because it's not consistent with their previous positions. And I really wonder what has stimulated them this time to get on this horse. I was here when, in fact, I remember the flood, and then it was sometime after that we went to Denver Water, and I was kind of questioning at that time, was this the right thing to do? But I didn't push it, and in retrospect, it was an excellent thing to do. And a couple years ago, I was surveying the area for sewer and water tap fees and calling all the whole surrounding metro cities. And the other thing I ran into in this was that their tap fees were horrible. Like some of them were $35,000 collectively for 2 of them, and they were all fighting water problems. We don't have water problems now because of our relationship with Denver. And so I obviously support what you're doing. And I'm also very impressed with the action of the council, the thoroughness with which you had meetings, and this thing has been debated in small groups and big groups. Bruce has gone to great extent to present his thoughts on this. I'm impressed with the city manager's presentation. I'm impressed with our attorneys answered all these technical questions. I'm really impressed with the answers we got from these people from Denver. I don't see why we shouldn't go forward with this, and certainly we can't say that we haven't heard about it. So I commend you, and I hope that you will pass it, and thank you for the time.
Thank you, Marty. Anyone else? Jim.
My name is Jim DuBose. I live at 6877 South Prince Circle. I agree with the last few speakers. I think we've studied this ad nauseum. I think our city's legal department has done a fine job, as our city manager has, and I think you guys have done a wonderful job. It's just great to see different points of view discussing an important issue like this. I'm on one side or the other, but nevertheless, it's really good to hear those discussions. There's one thing that hasn't been mentioned, and I've lived here for close to 40 years, and living in Littleton has the advantage of one gets to see a lot of old friends because they come from L.A. on their way to Chicago and they want to save a motel room. So they stay with me. And that's great. I just love that. And virtually everyone, shortly after they get inside my front door, goes to the kitchen sink, gets a glass of water, drinks it down, and says, "Boy, you got good water." And that's why I think we ought to go with the contract with Denver Water. It's kind of an what is it? It's not really to the point, I guess, financially, but it's a reason I like those guys. We do have good water. Thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else? Peggy?
May I read names of about 4 people who contacted me by email?
Sure. And then I think what we'll do is take a break.
Okay.
Okay.
On January 29th, this was 2 days after I sent out the mass email distribution Mr. Bingham referred to. Libby Bortz emailed me and said, "Sounds like a very good idea." I won't read the length of these others because most of these points have been raised by one person or another. Ann Mather emailed me, and I think separately, maybe some of you all. She encourages us to vote no. She thinks we need more time and so forth. Flo Bullock thinks we need more time and so forth. And Kay Watson emailed and thinks we need more time and is concerned.
Okay. Anyone else want to speak? In that case, let's take a 10-minute break, come back here at 10:15, and we will discuss this and hopefully get a motion. Let's get a motion on the floor so we have something to discuss.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mayor.
I move that the ordinance amending the 1970 service contract with the City and County of Denver through the Board of Water Commissioners be approved, and that it be posted on the city's website, at the Littleton City Center, Bemis Library, and Municipal Courthouse, and that the council president be authorized to affix his signature thereto.
Second.
Okay, you weren't quick enough. It was moved and seconded. To approve the contract. Yes. Now, Phil.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we amend the total service agreement as has been presented to us in first reading to include 2 provisions. One is with regard an exchange flow provision, and the second is with regard the rate that would be applied to the 350 acre-feet and the 1,200 acre-feet bank.
And you're referring to the amendment that's in writing on our desks?
Correct. The ones that has been presented to us.
Second that also.
All right. It's been moved and seconded to approve an amendment to the contract that's in the main motion. Go ahead.
Wait a minute. Can you read those so that people listening, watching can?
I can. And I'll do that. it's, without the contract, it's a little,
Want to put it on the thing?
they'll never be able to read it. But what is changing is changing section 6.1 of the contract, and it's adding a sentence that says the rate charged by the board for leased water will be equivalent to the then current rate applicable under this contract to non-residential customers in Littleton, and it's referring to the 1,200 acre feet. That's that section. Then there's an added section D that says, to the extent the board makes reusable water available to a leasee that is subsequently discharged by the leasee to Littleton Inglewood Wastewater Treatment Plant, the board and Littleton agree to account for return flows by such reusable water. Littleton agrees to make physically available for reuse by the leasee or lessee the return waters from any reusable water provided by the board to a leasee or lessee, whether the water is provided on a temporary or permanent basis. Bruce, and then, Phil's still on the hook. So.
Okay. For all of the folks that may be wondering where this came from, in the first reading, there's a 1,200 acre feet provision on a temporary basis. You've heard that discussed. Absent these two additional provisions, that 1,200 acre feet kind of hangs out there and really does not have a value that can be used to meet with the assumptions that Councilmember Stallman showed us in his economic analysis. In fact, these two assumptions were included in the assumptions, these two provisions were included in the assumptions of his economic analysis. And so without these, I'll also make a little footnote that as we've gone through this, there have been a number of items that have come up that have at least enhanced the potential value that is in this revised contract with Denver Water. This is an example of those.
Bruce?
Yeah, I was going to essentially very much concur with Councilmember Cernanek. These are technical issues. As this has evolved, the physical engineering of the issues related to the water bank that would serve as an inducement to get a development into the sewer plant, these were falling in those categories of the mechanical attributes that needed to be lined out. So City Attorney Steyert and Patty Wells, I think, got together and lined these out to everybody's satisfaction, and I think they make the water bank a lot more viable in terms of its application.
Yeah, and if I could, I just would ask Patty to step to the microphone and just Patty, just want to make sure we get this clear and actually put you on the record for this, which is at least my understanding of the exchange flow provisions that you and Suzanne have worked through, and as far as this language, would hypothetically allow for, if the 1,200 acre feet of water were on temporary basis were made available to a development area to use on a temporary basis, this would be a provision that would help facilitate that potential development's tie-in to the sewer treatment plant.
Yes, by providing accounting of the reusability, and then the second sentence really says that in discharging the water, Littleton will make sure that it's physically available to be picked up and reused if that's what the lessee wants to do with it.
And then I realize that it may have some cost to Denver Water on this non-residential rate being extended to the water. For those folks that are wondering, the non-residential rate in aggregate is something less than the residential rate, meaning that the non-residential folks also in this instance would be providing some element of infrastructure to get the water, and there's a recognition of that.
Because this is temporary leased water, we wouldn't actually be dealing with the individual customers, so a more of a sort of flat rate seemed to make sense.
Thank you.
All right, any other discussion on the amendment? you want to ask your question? Or actually, it was just answered. Okay. Council, ready to vote on the amendment? This is to amend the contract in the main motion.
The vote is 7 in favor. The amendment is approved.
Okay. Now, we are on the main contract as amended. Discussion. Jim.
Okay. I have several questions I'd like to ask. And I'm starting on page 2 of the contract. The very top paragraph. We've heard testimony, I think, tonight that says we've got a fairly unique contract with Denver Water. Certainly, I think citizens have thought for a number of years that it is a very valuable contract we've got. I'm wondering about on the end of that very top paragraph, the partial part there, if we do have such a unique contract, can we add to the end of that sentence where it says water to the people of Denver, add the terms and Littleton to that? And I guess I would ask either David or Patty to answer the questions I'm probably going to be asking.
Councilman Taylor, let me explain why this paragraph B is in here. Another provision in the Denver Charter says that Denver Water's job is to provide an adequate supply of water to the people of the city and county of Denver. And it says that we can lease water outside the city, but we have to do two things. One is full cost, and that's in A. And the second is that there shall be in the contracts provisions sufficient to ensure that Denver Water can supply an adequate supply of water to the people of the city and county of Denver. So this sentence really is to say the board's commitment to Littleton is limited to Littleton's contract service area, except as provided in 6.1, and that therefore that limitation is sufficient to ensure an adequate supply to the people of Denver. So it's really, this describes how we are satisfying the charter obligation.
I understand all of that, but my question is, I want an adequate supply of water to Littleton.
Well, and that is provided in paragraph 2.1. The board shall furnish all of the water necessary to serve the full development of Littleton.
So what's the harm in adding and Littleton to the end of this paragraph as well?
There's not a harm per se, but this is actually what the board is doing here is making a legislative finding that we have satisfied the charter requirement, and the charter requirement says adequate supply for the people of the city and county of Denver. So what we're doing in the recital is defending an attack that someone from Denver might bring, saying you can't enter into this contract, it would prevent us supplying Denver. So what we're doing in recital B is really saying here's what the charter says, and here is how the board is complying with that charter requirement. The obligation in 2.1 is actually a contractual obligation, not just a recital, if that makes sense.
Should system development charge be in the definitions?
It's in the operating rules, so, and operating rules is in the definitions. So maybe that's sufficient.
I believe you said earlier, or somebody said earlier tonight, that the water being provided, or water rate, well, let me see this, both inside and outside the city of Denver is going to be consistently applied for conservation, for limitation of use?
Drought restrictions. are applied equally inside and outside Denver. And actually, the old contract didn't quite say that.
On page 9 of the contract, in 3.5, the last line in there, this paragraph shall not be construed to affect Littleton's powers to impose and collect its own separate charges. Does this mean that we could impose a fee on all water customers to pay for development of a source of water that we want to use under paragraph 6.6?
Yes, you could.
And that would have nothing to do with Denver Water or in violation of this contract in any way.
That's right. In fact, as City Manager Woods mentioned, Littleton did impose its own tap fee for a number of years and could do so again if it wanted to.
On page 10, on 4.8, which talks about providing an agreement between, it's an annexation into an area that is already being served by a distributor. What if we have a entity within that area who wants to annex into Littleton for one reason or another, being served by a distributor that is not Littleton? And the distributor says, no, I don't want to do that. Do we have any recourse? Because the person who owns the property wants to be inside the city, and the distributor is prohibiting us from doing that annexation.
The distributor couldn't prohibit an annexation. The distributor, let's say, is Southwest Metro Water and Sanitation District. They serve in a number of cities, so that if the property were in an unincorporated Jefferson County, which it could be, and you annexed it, you would just annex it. You just wouldn't, it wouldn't be served water through this turtle service contract. It would be served water through its existing contract. And there are a couple of areas in Littleton which are in the city of Littleton which are in fact served by other distributors. So this would not be unprecedented.
And that's well and good, but I don't read that's what this says, because it says without the consent of the distributor.
This is what we say. This isn't an annexation provision. This says that you may expand your contract service area only with the permission, with the consent of another distributor. So if you wanted to take over service,
it's just talking about the water service, Jim. It's saying you can't, for example, I think Patty's example of Southwest Metro, we could annex out there, but we could not expand. They could not be served under our contract unless Southwest Metro agreed. So and that's something that Denver's done in all the distributor contracts, to make sure that the distributors are talking to each other. So it just has to do with water service.
But that would connect to Jim's other question. If we wanted to levy our own fee, if we did that and then wanted to expand to somebody else and take that over, just because we wanted to then levy a fee, right? So that's part of the same piece, right?
Right. That's why this provision is in here.
Yeah.
And existing distributors, customers are already getting water from Denver Water. So the customers don't really, it's the same water, it's the same system, it's just through a different entity. But how they get their police and fire and where they do their zoning is a different issue than where they get their water.
When you go to 6.6, which is our right to withdraw non-tributary and not non-tributary groundwater, if we decide to develop that in some way, how does 2.10 apply to that?
see, 2.10. Well, 2.10 deals with water provided under this contract. If Littleton should decide to develop non-tributary wells, that would not be water provided under this contract. The only other thing is that couldn't be commingled with the potable water. But this deals with water that we provide under the contract, so that if you developed non-tributary water, it would, by operation of law, be reusable, and you could do with it whatever you wanted to do, except put it in the potable water pipes.
And we could do irrigation with that in certain spots.
Yes, a few distributors have done something like that.
Well, can I interrupt here, because that was actually Larry Borger's question.
That's right.
So we're not prevented by the terms of this contract from drilling a well into a water right that we have and extracting the water for our own uses.
Correct.
As long as we don't commingle it with the existing Denver water system.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
This is going to be the last question, at least for right now.
You may have to give me breakfast.
If we utilize the leased water that goes to an entity outside of our boundaries, Denver will negotiate that contract for the use of that leased water, for getting the piping, the rates, and whatever. My question is, if you are getting a tap fee for that, can we share in that revenue of that tap fee, since it's our leased water?
You could impose your own.
But it could not be part of what you are.
Well, actually, on the temporary water, we would not charge a tap fee, because a tap fee means that you're entitled to permanent service. So we don't assess tap fees on temporary water. You, however, could charge. I wouldn't call it a tap fee, but you could charge like a finder's fee or whatever you might call that. You could charge for the privilege of dedicating a portion of the 1,200 acre-feet to a particular entity, and that would certainly be a reasonable thing to do. But we wouldn't charge a tap fee because it's only temporary service.
Okay. Thank you.
So follow up on that. So what if then they wanted to negotiate with you all to provide permanent service?
Well, they could ask, but
then would they pay a tap fee?
It's basically we don't have the water really to provide on a permanent basis outside our combined service area, except possibly through the WISE project, and that would be depending on the location of the entity that we're talking about. If it's the southern part, if it's northern Douglas County, then we would say, why don't you join us in the WISE project for permanent water?
And would the people in that pay tap fees?
Yes. Well, sort of. The WISE pricing is very, very complicated because it uses Aurora's system and some of our water. And so I don't know for sure whether there's a tap fee per se, because there's very expensive infrastructure that South Metro has to construct. So it's a little different.
That agreement is evolving. Dave Bennett, that works for Dave Little, and the Denver team and the whole team from the South Metro and Patty. So that very much is still a work in progress.
Okay.
So that's not firmed up yet.
Right, but the concept is that's how we want to provide water to northern Douglas County, is through the WISE project.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Any discussion?
Just, I've been the one that's been kind of wondering whether we are getting the full value, and I'm still not sure of that, and so I've been kind of the stick in the mud relative to that, and know that at times we have to deal with less than perfect information and how we move forward. I don't want any of my comments to be one where I'm anti-Denver water. I love to go to the, I do drink water from the tap at home, and so I think it's wonderful that we get Denver water. I think it's wonderful that we've had a long-term relationship with them. My comments have been in the area of wanting to take some care. McKinsey & Company, actually, in the last 2 weeks, they're an international consulting firm, and they talk about, they actually put a paper out which talks about cities, municipalities monetizing assets and being very careful in that, and to actually have plans for when they're monetizing assets. What are you going to do with that to help provide a sustainable community, economically sustainable, a vital community? My hope, and I know that a lot of our time at the workshop is going to be spent on economic development and taking a look at how do we indeed encourage and support that. That's really the bigger issue, is making sure that we're good stewards and we plan for, or at least take into consideration, what are we doing for the future of the city. I agree we've had a lot of discussion. I'm not sure that all of that has necessarily been on trying to squeeze out the value, and then what are we going to do with the value. And so I wanted to get that on the table. Thank you.
Bruce. We've had a lot of conversation and noodling and thought on this issue for a long time, and this isn't the first time. This isn't the first walk around the block with Denver Water on this contract either. I think it's my understanding this thing's come up in the past, or there's been conversations, stops and starts. So an acknowledgement of the fact that this has been an extended process, I think, is not inappropriate. I mean, there's really two issues here. On the one hand, if we're going to talk about value, the comments tend to basically end up on the issue of money. And nobody's certainly going to argue that money's not an important factor, but I think of equivalent value, and Phil was touching on this just a minute ago, but of equivalent, if not greater value, is the long-term locking up of water and high-quality water to serve the citizens and the commercial interests of the city of Littleton. And truly, I believe is a competitive advantage because, for example, while Highlands Ranch is going to spend, as Jim suggested, millions of dollars in developing surface rights, and other people, we not too long ago dealt with one of the, what was it, Brighton, I think, was doing something, trying to figure out what they were going to do with Chatfield and their share of the Chatfield expansion.
Lots of folks still are.
Yeah.
It's called the Chatfield Reallocation Project.
That's right, exactly. And so, and, you know, the Douglas County issues and so forth and so on, and it's easy, I suppose, I mean, I probably do it as well up until getting involved in this project. You know, you go to the tap, you turn on the faucet, and you just get water, and it is what it is. But the complexity of what's behind all that and the value of having a locked up resource that's a long-term element of what truly is a sustainability issue and a competitive advantage for the city of Littleton, among many, is also, I think, a huge value proposition. We've talked about the sewer plant. I'm very much on the page that yes, I acknowledge that we may have a future opportunity to do something that's got a big upside issue, but I think the prudent approach is to try to address the issues which we know are nearer term in terms of, again, from a fiduciary responsibility perspective, managing the cost burden of the sewer plant, which has a lot of excess capacity and is probably going to have more given the EPA, ongoing EPA restrictions that we're not, I don't think anybody's expecting are going to lessen. So that one ends up being also an economic issue for the community, as in having manageable sewer rates isn't a particularly high visibility, high dollar value add, but its value is value. I mean, $1 is $1, and if we can lessen that burden, I think that's substantial. And I think the revision with its attributes, as we've been discussing, moves us a lot further down that road in the short run, because if we retain the existing contract, it's going to, absent an annexation, be impossible to entice developers to use our facility, notwithstanding they may end up having to do it for reasons that are totally out of our control, but then again, they may not. So if lessening that risk, I think, is certainly part and parcel of the fiduciary responsibility of council in terms of addressing this issue. We talked about and this is just sort of coming up again, the tap fees on using the lease water or the water bank water. We've talked about the lack of ownership of any water by the city, that there is no prohibition on our ability to do annexation if it makes sense for the right reasons in the future from a growth perspective. We've got a 40-year value-added relationship with Denver Water. And the other side of the equation is, and I very much appreciate the realtors coming in, and your guys has taken an interest in this, and I think that's healthy and appropriate. This issue of there's more value out there, which again presumably is the financial side of the whole thing, has come up from a number of different people. And I've really struggled with it. I'm trying to get my head around where that value is going to come from, given the stuff that was in the presentation. I've sought to see if there's a way to identify someone like an appraiser, like a consultant, someone who knows water extensively, to see if we could have a conversation just to sort of kick ideas around, as to where that value would come from. And I just haven't been able to get anything particularly substantive. I think the preponderance of evidence from everything we've seen and the practical needs of the environment we live in today, both with regard to the sewer plant, the competitive environment for a healthy, vibrant, growing city of Littleton, versus the language from a contract that's 40 years old that for all intents and purposes is obsolete, makes the revised contract something that, to me, is very much, something we absolutely have to do. I'd be willing to over-rotate on the side of transparency if I had any sense that there was really some concrete steps that we could take that would demonstrate hardcore value for maybe, say, 30 days. But I continue to struggle with it, and absent that, I don't know that I feel I have much of a choice other than I'd naturally support the contract in its construction anyway, is to go forward.
Go.
As part of the whole contemplating this, one of the things that comes up consistently, and it's come up quite a bit tonight, and it's Sterling Ranch and its annexation. And quite honestly, in making my decision on this, I really didn't see how that played into a consideration of this. Sterling Ranch told us, we don't want your water, we don't want your sewer. And then they've sent us a couple of letters since then that says we don't want you to talk about us anymore, and we don't want to come and talk to you because we're going to work with Douglas County. So I don't know why
we continue to talk about them as though there's any viability. I appreciate Bruce's efforts and what his philosophy on the sewer. I don't see that same reality. It's been said a number of times from different citizens that this is a very big decision that this council is making on this contract, and that we need to take it very seriously. And I hope that the citizens can see that we, in fact, are. My decision is based on serving the community with one of the most viable resources that we have, one of the most valuable resources that we have, and one of those that is probably at the highest risk, and that's water. And we have an amazing relationship with Denver Water. Littleton has always had a favorable relationship with Denver Water, and that is worth its weight in gold. The fact that I don't see a viability in terms of a large annexation, not only because of the practicality of the land around us and that they're already served, and then the flagpole annexation and the what I consider to be the non-viability in the Douglas County at this point. The primary concern is how do we maintain a high level of service with one of the most important resources that we have to the citizens of Littleton. And we have that contract sitting in front of us now. And the only thing in that contract that has had major change is that growth, that annexation issue. And I have heard from Denver Water on every occasion that we've had communication with them, and in Chip Berry's letter way back in April, that the viability of that, of us being able to serve that type of mass of water through our current contract was probably impossible. As a good steward, we are partnerships with 66 different areas that are sharing a water resource. And we don't get, in my opinion, we don't get to be the pig on the block. We don't get to be the water hog. We get to be a partner. And we get to understand that we're working in a larger community with a limited resource that I loved when Mr. Little said 90% of our water is on the western slope and 90% of our need is on the eastern slope. And that is a situation that is pretty, well, individual to Colorado. I mean, it's a problem. Denver Water is doing everything they can to mitigate that and to ensure that our kids and our grandkids will have water. And we have a part in that decision. We have a part in that. We have a responsibility with that. I am going to support this contract because I think it continues a powerfully strong relationship that ensures the citizens of Littleton will receive, when they turn on that water, they will have the best water. And even if it isn't the best water, and it is, they will have water. And the $2.5 million, the opportunity to alter the irrigation on Geneva or on the land gives us an annual savings continuously. I think that the financial $2.1 million is a generous gift from Denver Water, and they don't have to do that. And I'm not of a mind to say that we should sit here in some demanding more or trying to squeeze more out. As a partner in a regional share of a vital natural resource, I think we have, as someone said, take the money and run. I think it's a generous offer, and I think it shows their obligation to us and their commitment to us and their respect for our relationship and the decision we're making tonight. So I will vote for this contract and our continued strong relationship with Denver Water, and thank you.
Jim.
Well, the City Council has had a number of discussions about this contract, but it was in executive session. It became a public knowledge on the 20th of January. It has been available to the public for less than a month. I am quite certain that in 1970, the City Council did not rush to sign a contract with Denver Water within a month's period of time. There is education needed as to about this contract. This is a rush. There is, I'm still looking for that transparency of a major contract decision that this council is going to be making. And that transparency translates into getting the public generally to know. The people who happen to be coming all the time or happen to catch us on occasional television or happen to read the Littleton Independent or even get the Denver Post, those are very limited contacts. We have a method by which we can inform all of our citizens about this contract and what it's going to do and what it's going to change, and list both the pros and cons. And I certainly agree with Bruce on that we need the sales of sewer taps in order to help reduce the cost to Littleton citizens for paying for the $117 million of bonds that's outstanding on that plan. So I eventually, after the mayor gets through with his speaking, am going to make a motion to table. But I'll let you speak before I do that.
Okay. I disagree with my esteemed colleague in one area, and that is there's been lots of notice about this. Mr. Bingham came down and listed most of it, but he actually missed some of the places this was published. The Greenwood Villager did a story on this. It actually appeared twice in the Littleton Independent. The first time it appeared in the Littleton Independent was 4 months ago, and the basics of the arrangement were contained in that article, and that was that Littleton was negotiating with Denver Water to remove the provision in the contract that would take Denver Water with us when we annexed in exchange for some value, monetary value that Denver Water would bring. So there has been notice. All of our council meetings are televised. They're all posted on the web. All of our agendas are on the web, as are the minutes. You can go to the agenda and be taken directly to an area on the video that contains the meeting. We have had this on the agenda multiple times. So I guess I disagree that there hasn't been enough notice. There seems to be some confusion over what the value is and exactly what the contract provision is. We are limited to what we can annex by state statutes and the state constitution. And there are provisions in the state statutes that say that you cannot annex any area that is not contiguous to your existing city boundaries. And in fact, 1/6 of the area that you're going to annex has to be contiguous. In addition to that, you cannot annex any area that would extend the city boundaries further than 3 miles from the existing boundary. You cannot annex an area unless 50%, more than 50% of the people, the registered electors plus the landowners, vote to be annexed. And if any landowner that has 20 acres or $200,000 in assessed valuation objects to the annexation, you can't annex that property. So when you combine that together with the geography around Littleton and the provisions of the contract, I think Larry Borger said it best, is there is only one small sliver where we can possibly annex that doesn't already have water, meaning that would be affected by this contract, and that is Sterling Ranch, who has already told us that they're not interested in being annexed and has already declared that they have their own water. And we already did a study on that, and the figures that they presented showed that it made no financial sense to annex them. there would be a 76% increase in population and only a 26% increase in retail and use tax revenue. The only other possible place that we could annex is a little sliver of land that's between Rampart Range Road and Chatfield Reservoir to the south of Titan Road, and that owner is intending to put only homes on there, which makes no sense. So once Sterling Ranch is built, then the only other place that we could annex is that little sliver of land that would have houses, and that is more than 5 miles by travel on road from the nearest border of Littleton. So this idea that there is some enormous value in the contract that we could exercise by annexation just doesn't exist, because the geography and the reality of what's around us, there is no more options. In the 70s and in the 80s, when there was vacant land to the south of us that did not have water, this was a very valuable provision in the contract. And we are grateful to Denver Water for having provided that to us. It's allowed Littleton to grow and become economically prosperous. But times have changed, and we need to recognize that the times have changed. This idea that there is some value in here that's different than the value to us. And I've had people that call me that say, okay, there's no value to Littleton, but it must be worth millions of dollars to Denver Water, mega millions of dollars to Denver Water, and you should be extracting the full value of what this provision of the contract is to Denver Water. Well, there is no value other than annexation. We cannot take the water that Denver Water would have provided if we don't annex and sell it to somebody. So there's no point in doing a water appraisal of what it would cost in acre feet that we're giving up, because we can't use it. Bruce said it best, it's not our water to own. But the more important thing is we have a relationship with Denver Water. Denver Water is another governmental entity. I'm elected to represent the best interest of the city of Littleton, but the best interest of the city of Littleton don't include screwing our neighbors or trying to extract every last possible ounce of value from our partners, our business partners, our regional partners, or our contractual people. And thank goodness they don't have the same attitude towards us. We all expressed concern here about what Denver Water Board was going to set the water rates at. What if they treated us the same way that some people are advocating that we treat Denver Water in trying to come up with a value? What if they said, we're not going to charge you what a fair value is or what our cost is, we're going to charge you what we think you would be willing to pay for it? Thank goodness they don't do that. So why should we, and what kind of neighbors would we be if that's how we viewed this contract? This contract, the change in the contract is a fair value to Littleton. It's a fair value to Denver Water Board. It is a reflection to the change in what's happened to the city of Littleton and what's growing up around us. It's a reflection to the reality of what we could actually do with this provision in the contract. And frankly, we need to take the money and run. So I'm going to be voting for this provision. Any other discussion?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move to table this vote on the contract to the first meeting in May.
Second.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded to table this to, what's the first meeting, and to postpone this until, I can go get mine.
The clerk is checking the calendar.
May 3rd.
May 3rd, sir?
May 3rd. Any discussion as to the date? Council ready to vote on postponing the contract until May 3rd? Is that everybody?
The vote is 2 in favor with Councilwoman Cole, Councilman Clark, Councilwoman Brinkman, Councilman Stallman, and Councilman Trujillo voting no. The motion fails.
Okay, that brings us back to the amended contract. Any further discussion about the amended contract? Council ready to vote?
The vote is 6 in favor, with Councilman Clark voting no. The ordinance is approved.
Taylor.
I'm sorry.
Thought I got the switch wrong.
It's late.
I thought you were going to join me for what's the word.
All righty. Thank you all for coming down and testifying. We appreciate it. Thank you, Denver Water, for it's not quite breakfast time yet. And yeah, I need to say that we have had a fabulous relationship with Denver Water. You guys have done a great job. I think that you're a fabulous organization, and we're pleased to have this relationship with you. Thank you. All right, that brings us...
And you're welcome to the long meetings.
That brings us to the next item on our agenda, which is... hang on. It's our finance people. 9A, where they're going to talk about monetizing our values, our assets.
Finance Director Doug Farman will present this item to you.
Thankfully, they're not going to talk about that.
I'd like to testify on the Denver water contract. Public hearing's closed. Sorry about that. Just a little bit of history on this next topic. Last September, when the council went through difficult budget, council and staff went through difficult budget deliberations, and they finally came to an agreement on the 2011 annual budget. A stipulation was agreed to that they would also add another layer of monitoring for 2011, and that would include quarterly reviews to be presented to council. And the first one would be the 2010 year-end financial reports, and that's what we're here to talk about this evening. Just a few quick bullet points, and then we can answer questions. Most of the report is surrounding the general fund, and those statements in review are unaudited at this point in time, but they do show the revenues have slightly exceeded the expenditures as of 12/31/2010. This is the first revenue surplus since 2006. And for the year, the general fund revenues of $46.5 million were within $129,000 of the budget, so very close to budget. The expenditures of $46.5 million were under budget by about $2.8 million. So the net result is the ending fund balance at 2010 was roughly unchanged from 2009's ending fund balance. The final 2010 financial reports will be completed by May 31st when we do the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, or the CAFR. I also want to note that the results as of today do not include any encumbered funds, and those are known liabilities due to contracts or other city obligations, such as the police expansion project, which has $2.5 million in contracts, remaining contracted balances. So that will reduce the special projects fund balance when we end up completing the CAFR. There's approximately $318,000 of estimated anticipated general fund adjustments that would lower ending fund balance for 2010, and there will be other adjustments, but they are not known at this point in time. So those are estimates. We can answer any questions council would have about the year-end reports.
Does anyone dare to question Mr. Farmer? At 11.
Yes. Wait, get him a glass of water first.
Doug, just a couple questions as we go through this. It's very exciting to have revenues kind of tip up. At this point in time, knowing we're dealing with preliminary information, would the team providing the projection of revenues for 2011, recognizing we wouldn't necessarily make those in the budget, but would you make an adjustment, or would there be some comfort in making an adjustment that 2011 revenues would exceed what is currently budgeted?
I'm still fairly confident on those estimates right now. I think it's too early to tell really what the major revenue source of retail sales would be. We did furnish the January 2011 report for sales and use taxes, which has been encouraging so far. But I think it's just too early to tell what could happen. I think it's still kind of murky for this year as far as the economy is concerned.
Okay. Also, knowing that there's been some adjustments with regard staffing for 2011. Is the particularly with regard the combination of directors for the library and the museum. Is there any idea as to how the expenses might flow for 2011 versus the budget?
I think you're right. I think with the positions, there's probably going to be some anticipated savings because we do have some vacancies in positions. And then, as you noted, the directors, those two directors were combined, so there should be a savings of roughly $100,000 or more there. So I would expect us to have some expenditure savings, just like we did this year, and we're in a definite cost containment mode. So by the end of the year, there should be some savings there unless something unanticipated came up.
Knowing that we put this review in place in part to make sure that the small gap, much smaller gap that we were going to have between revenues and expenditures, we kind of called enough of a timeout and said, would it be too much to ask that sometime between now and our next time that we're reviewing this, that you and the city manager can kind of figure out how do we close that gap?
Sure.
So that would be it. The only other observation I had is that I know we've mostly been focusing on the general fund. When we do take a look at the total governmental fund balance, which reflects the expenditure, particularly in the special projects fund for the police facility, but even beyond that, there was, it appears to be, based on your unaudited numbers, a decrease in the total governmental fund balance. Beyond that, I'm adding in the encumbered funds when I'm coming to that and getting to a gap of about $6.2 million in that, where we've budgeted 5.8, I believe, for the police facility.
That's right. And so roughly that difference would be, most of it will be that police expansion.
Yeah, so though we can feel good, we still have a little gap still to go.
Yes.
Is what I wanted to say.
Any other questions? Thank you, Doug. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
All right. Is there anybody that feels absolutely compelled to give a report?
No.
Okay, seems none.
I just,
City manager, yes.
just a reminder, and Mayor, this is particularly for you. We do have breakfast Thursday morning.
Oh, breakfast Thursday morning.
Breakfast Thursday morning.
And could you remind us, the mayor, what time we start on Friday as well?
Well,
I was wondering that.
we start at 8, and then we have 8:30 when the mayor gets there. But you do have breakfast. We do have 8 reservations next door. It's a combination. I think we have 3 car dealer reps there. And
oh,
then,
yes.
if you remember, we merged this year with some other businesses, but we're inviting some of the car dealers back to the table. So you do have breakfast Thursday morning next door in the community room. And then, yes, you do have your 2011 workshop Friday at the museum. And
starts at 8. And the meeting starts officially at 8:30, right?
Yes, ma'am. We always allow.
I'm just saying that because some citizens may want to come. So
they do, yes.
Our joking about the mayor's arrival time is...
We always count on that lag time, so the 8:30 will be the official start.
Mike's on.
Okay,
that's all I have.
Unfortunately, I was notified that Bruce has a report.
Two real quick things. I won't even get into detail. I did go to the LPS board meeting, and they talked about a mid-year student achievement and progress update, and then they had a very interesting instructional resources, what they call a reconsideration. They had somebody object to a book that was being used in the curriculum, and they went through a very extensive process to decide whether that book should remain in the curriculum because of some of the content. It was a fascinating discussion. But What I did want to do is I had to do the merchant plug of the week only because I've got a streak going here, and Cal Ripken never took a day off, right? So you got to bring it even when, when you're not.
For non-baseball fans, you have no clue who Cal Ripken is, and it doesn't matter.
But this is a good one, though.
Tired.
Not that they're not all good, but this one is particularly good because this week's merchant plug is to EchoStar or Dish Network over at Bowles and Santa Fe, because out in front of their building, they've got the first help wanted sign I've seen in a long time. They're looking for customer service reps offering $11 an hour. So if anyone knows of anyone who's interested in seeking that type of gainful employment, you should contact EchoStar. I thought it was slick that they had it on a little sandwich board out front. So that's it.
I have one question.
Okay.
In our packet this week, it struck me as interesting, we got the minutes to the Littleton Licensing Authority from September 8th, 2010, and it said they were approved as submitted on February 9th, 2011. What happened?
That is correct. They didn't have any issues come before the licensing board for October, November, December.
Or January?
Or January.
Wow. Everybody's behaving out there.
No, but they're having a whopper of a meeting in March.
To make up for it. All right. Seems that there's no other business to
Well,
come.
just as a reminder, too, next week, we have the board and commission interviews.
Yes, we do.
So I just want to remind you, Doug.
Okay. Well, I remember seeing the big book.
And those will only,
And that starts 6 o'clock on Tuesday.
6 o'clock on Tuesday, and that'll be the only night.
And I want to congratulate Jose on his 45th anniversary of his restaurant.
On Main Street.
I do have one question. Did the council want to continue the discussion like we did last year? I heard you just. I could do this on Friday. Never mind.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good night. We're adjourned.